Chapter 402. Bai Zhanfang personally saw Li Honghe out of the villa. The Bai family's manor was huge. The helicopter arranged by Dongqing Wudi had stopped on the lawn in front of the villa when they walked out. The helicopter flew straight to the airport. During this time, the airport would temporarily open a military route. In about 2 hours, Li Honghe would arrive in Linen. In addition to Li Honghe, there was another passenger on the helicopter, Bai Qingqian. She also had to go to the airport and fly directly to Kanto. The two of them happened to have a smooth journey, so they traveled together. No one knew what was written in the text message that Li Honghe received, but everyone could feel the anxiety and graveness in his eyes, as well as the unconcealable thoughts and doubts. In Li Tianlan's memory, he seemed to have never seen Li Honghe in this state. He was sure that something had happened, but he wasn't sure what. Everything in Lin was stable at present. Although Lonely Mountain had disappeared, the Ministry of Supervision had begun to rebuild on the ruins of Lonely Mountain. Li Tianlan really couldn't think of anything that would happen in Lin, and that required Li Honghe to rush back immediately. "Grandpa, I'll go with you," Li Tianlan said calmly. It was not a question but a statement. On Lonely Mountain more than half a month ago, Li Honghe took Wang Tianzong's sword. No one in the entire Dark World could escape unscathed from the Sword Emperor's peak sword intent. Li Honghe had also been beaten down to the invincible realm, and was seriously injured. Today, it could be said that there were no invincible realm experts in the Li family. Only Li Tianlan, an invincible realm expert, could support them. If something really happened, he had to go back. "You stay." Li Honghe glanced at him. His tone was calm and indifferent. Li Tianlan became more and more puzzled. He looked at Li Honghe and said nothing. "Actually, it's nothing serious." Li Honghe was silent for a while and smiled. "I'm just a little sensitive." His eyes fell on Bai Zhanfang and Dongqing Wudi, and he said calmly, "I know what you mean. The chaos in Eastern Europe this time was beyond my expectations, but it was in someone's plan. In the long run, it was like a game of chess with many parties. No matter how the chess game developed, it would eventually usher in a new era. I have chess pieces in my hands, but I don't have the qualifications to sit in front of the chessboard and play. At most, I can only play a small role. But if this chess piece falls into someone else's hands, it might be even more useful. So there's no point in me staying here." "Then why are you in such a hurry to return?" Bai Zhanfang looked at Li Honghe, and his tone was unusually calm. Dongqing Wudi heard something else and asked. Li Tianlan also heard something else from this calmness. He turned to look at Bai Zhanfang. Bai Zhanfang was looking at Li Honghe. He looked relaxed and even had a smile on his face. The oldest member of the decision-making committee in Zhongzhou State was not outstanding in appearance. He had dark skin and an ordinary face. As he grew older, there were more wrinkles on his face. His body was a little stooped, and he looked like an old farmer who had spent his whole life facing the yellow soil. When he smiled, he looked very honest and gentle. But at this moment, his eyes were clear, and there was an indescribable vigilance in them. Li Tianlan frowned. "Because someone has arrived in Linen." Li Honghe chuckled and said, "I'm no longer qualified to participate in the chess game in Eastern Europe. When I go back, I want to meet someone who is truly qualified to play chess." The general situation in Eastern Europe was chaotic, and the chess game was naturally chaotic. Multi-party Go. If this was a game of chess, who would be qualified to sit in front of the chessboard and play? Wang Tianzong, the Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou State, was qualified. The dominators of the superpowers in the Dark World were qualified to do so. The person in charge of the special warfare systems of the major countries was qualified to do so. In the eyes of the outside world, the Samsara Palace and Qin Weibai, who were still a powerful force despite the destruction of the headquarters and the death of the palace master, were qualified to do so. The Polar Ground Alliance had fallen apart, but this superpower that was spread all over Eastern Europe was the main chessboard of Eastern Europe, so the missing former leader of the Polar Ground Alliance, Tyrant, was also qualified. With the support of the giant group and the academics, Li Tianlan, who was about to lead the Snowdance Corps into Eastern Europe on behalf of Zhongzhou State, was barely qualified to play chess. Since Li Tianlan was here, who else had come to Linen? Li Honghe saw the vigilance in Bai Zhanfang's eyes. He smiled and patted Li Tianlan on the shoulder. The old man's palm was very heavy, carrying all of his hope and strength. This is my grandson. Li Honghe chuckled. In any case, old Bai, I won't hurt my grandson, will I? I'm ashamed of many people in my life, but I have a clear conscience about Zhongzhou State and the overall situation. In terms of inheritance, my biggest failure in my 80s is to cultivate a son with great ambition. The most successful thing is to cultivate a grandson who can bring me strong hope. I don't have much time left. Naturally, all my hopes can only be placed on him. Bai Zhanfang's eyes flashed. He looked at Li Honghe thoughtfully. Dongqing Wudi was also thoughtful. Let's go, Li Honghe said, and his palm still fell on Li Tianlan's shoulder. Li Tianlan followed Li Honghe in silence and sent him to the plane. Do you remember what I said when I taught you to play chess for the first time? Li Honghe looked at Li Tianlan and asked with a smile. Li Tianlan's eyes were in a trance, and his thoughts returned to the past that he didn't want to recall, but would never forget. In the camp surrounded by the primeval forest, his life from childhood to adulthood was extremely boring but extremely rich. From morning to dusk, from spring and autumn to winter and summer, day and night alternated, and the seasons changed. His life was always disgusting and disgusting food, martial arts and meditation day and night, repeated practice of calligraphy and chessboard, forbearance in the face of the Li family's many tombstones, doubt at the star-spangled flag in the camp, desire for the future, and wild thoughts about the Li family's glorious past and shabby present situation. Perhaps at that time, all of this was still very vague or distant. It was not until Li Tianlan went to Huading, stepped into Heaven Capital, went to Lin and traveled tens of thousands of kilometers for 3 years. Now he came to Yuzhou that he really realized what he was shouldering. I remember. He nodded and said quietly, a chess game is a mess. A chess game is a mess. This was the first sentence that Li Honghe said to him when he taught him to play chess. Yes, Li Honghe said. The chessboard is very clear, and so are the chess pieces. For Go, the most peaceful game is before a chess piece is played. Once a chess piece is played, even if there is only one piece, it will be a mess. For chess, chariots, horses, cannons, soldiers, fortune tellers, and generals, no matter which one moves first, it will also be the beginning of a mess. Once a chess piece moves, it means that the situation begins to get out of control. How can anyone really control everything? In the final analysis, Chinese chess and Go are games between two people. But the real general trend is often a multi-party game. You can't grasp people's hearts, so naturally, you can't grasp the general trend. Li Honghe looked at Li Tianlan softly and said calmly, but you can at least control the chess pieces in your hands. So, he patted Li Tianlan on the shoulder again. There are many things, don't be anxious. The more chaotic the situation is, the more you can't be anxious, especially when your strength is at a disadvantage. On the road of martial arts, you should move forward bravely and never retreat. But in the general trend, it is wisdom to be able to endure and retreat. You have done this very well before. Li Tianlan thought about it. I don't seem to have done anything before, he said. That's the best. Li Honghe laughed and said, doing nothing is like sitting on a chessboard but you don't move a single piece. I'm proficient in Chinese chess. In a game of Chinese chess, you're the strongest not when you've taken down the opponent's chess pieces, nor when you're in a checkmate. You're the strongest when you've arranged your chess pieces, but haven't moved yet. You had potential before, but your strength, power, and resources were not enough. The Wang family of Beihai, Kunlun City, and the Prince Group were all eyeing you covetously. What could you do? In terms of scheming, wisdom, and shrewdness, both Wang Tianzong and Gu Xingyan are far better than you. In this state, what you do will really disappoint me. If you do nothing, it means that you have no flaws. If you have no flaws, others will have to break the rules if they want to move against you. Li Honghe's tone was still calm. Perhaps he knew what Li Tianlan was going to face next, so he talked a lot. You have power in your hands now. In the chess game in Eastern Europe, you are barely qualified to play chess. But I still hope that you can be steady, don't be impatient, and don't act rashly. Sometimes, even if you have a chance, don't make a decision easily. The chaos in Eastern Europe is very delicate. As far as we are concerned, we can't make even a little mistake. Do you understand? Li Tianlan said silently. That's it. Li Honghe said in a flat tone. Remember, it's a taboo to seek victory on the chessboard with multiple parties. Striving not to lose is the most correct way. This is especially true on a chessboard that is destined to have no victor. Li Tianlan turned his head and looked at Li Honghe quietly. After a while he whispered, Grandpa, do you think that there will be no winner in the chaos in Eastern Europe? Since it's a chaos, how can there be a winner? The winner is the one who sticks to the end and remains undefeated. Li Honghe's voice was low. He looked up at the sky. The air in Green Mountain was fresh. The manor was lit up. The soft light didn't cover the stars in the sky. The starlight sprinkled down, as bright and cold as the moonlight. This is not your time, Li Honghe suddenly said. No one knew whether his voice was low or helpless, but it sounded extremely heavy. It's not the Li family's time either. Just do your best in the chaos in Eastern Europe. You can do something, but don't try to change the general trend. No matter who wins or loses in the chaos in Eastern Europe, it will be a new era. It's your era. He walked into the helicopter silently. The helicopter's rotors began to whistle in the night. The signal light was on. The fuselage began to take off. The huge airflow blew the surrounding lawn into a clear wave shape, which continued to spread around. Li Tianlan remained motionless in the fierce wind, just squinting and looking up at the sky. The helicopter gradually went away in the air, and eventually disappeared. Bai Zhanfang and Dongqing Wudi came over. Li Tianlan glanced at them. Just walk around. Dongqing Wudi said. The manor was very large. There was no difference between talking in the secret room of the study and walking around and chatting outside. Li Tianlan nodded and walked behind Bai Zhanfang and Dongqing Wudi, not speaking for a while. Where are the high-level members of the Snowdance Corps now? Dongqing Wudi suddenly broke the silence and asked. The Snowdance Corps was the best lineup of the Dongqing clan, Sai City, Jade Pool, and Mount Shu, but a considerable number of important personnel were contacted by Li Tianlan himself. Even the cornerstone of the Snowdance Corps, the more than 15,000 ordinary elite soldiers, were confirmed by Li Tianlan. Both the Dongqing clan and Sai City gave Li Tianlan the greatest autonomy, intentionally or unintentionally. As for Dongqing Wudi, he could only grasp the movements of Jade Pool. The Sword Justice of Jade Pool and First Elder were still in Jade Pool. But the two sword masters of Mount Shu, Dongqing Wudi did not pay attention to Cool Breeze, Drifting Cloud, Deep Dream, and others in Sai City. Everyone is in Yuzhou now. Li Tianlan said, just waiting for the transfer order. Before the transfer order was issued, it was obviously against the rules for these experts to appear in Yuzhou. However, the establishment of a special warfare battalion, and the list fully respected the will of the new commander, which was not in line with the rules. Dongqing Wudi nodded and silently thought about the list of the Snowdance Corps. Ling Shuangxue, the first elder of Jade Pool, and Su Changge, the sword justice of Jade Pool. The two represented the power of Jade Pool. About 60 swordsmen of Jade Pool joined the Snowdance Corps with them, including Dongqing Rushi, who had entered the Thundershocking realm, Bai Yuming of the Bai family, and Su Chu, the first disciple of Jade Pool, who would set off immediately after his injury was slightly better. Yin Qinshi, the Phantom Sword Master of Mount Shu, and Han Chongyang, the Yin and Yang Sword Master, also joined the Snowdance Corps with about 100 swordsmen. Although Cool Breeze and Drifting Cloud of Sai City had not reached the half-step invincible realm in terms of realm, both of them were top assassins. On some occasions, they played a much more important role than the masters of the half-step invincible realm. Led by the two of them, the assassin team formed by Deep Dream and Du Hanin would become a sharp sword of the Snowdance Corps. The strength of the Shadow Sect was slightly weaker, but Hua Qingfeng's strength was there. With him as the leader, it was also a force that could not be ignored. As for the Border Control Corps, the four major generals who led the 40,000 troops to the Sky Academy all joined the Snowdance Corps, which was also a combat capability that could not be ignored. Among them, Li Zonghu was not far from the peak of the Thundershocking realm. In addition, Fireman, the first person in the fire-flaming realm in recent decades, was Fireman. There was also Li Tianlan, who had the combat capability of the invincible realm. In the Snowdance Corps of 20,000 people, more than 3/4 of the soldiers were in the same boat. In addition to the Snowdance Corps, there were Tribulation, Situt Songyue, Qin Weibai, and Cheng Huaining, the new commander of the Arctic Ocean Command in Zhongzhou State. This list of names was absolutely luxurious, as everyone thought it was really a good hand. But Li Tianlan, who held such a good hand, needed to face a situation that was equally complicated, and the enemy he faced was more powerful. Dong Qingwudi hesitated and finally couldn't help asking, "Tianlan, do you have any plans for Eastern Europe?" "Not yet." Li Tianlan thought of what his grandfather had just said and slowly shook his head. "Let's take one step at a time, but we can't let go of Knights Templars and the Jiang family of South America. They must give Zhongzhou State an explanation. It just so happens that I have an old score with the Jiang family of South America. If there is a chance, I will naturally settle it." More than 3 years ago, he had vowed in Heaven Capital to destroy the Jiang family of South America in this life. Li Tianlan had never forgotten what had happened on that day. It's right to target the Jiang family of South America and Knights Templars. Dong Qingwudi nodded. It was these two forces that caused the garrison of Zhongzhou State and I'm to suffer heavy losses when they besieged the Samsara Palace. For Li Tianlan, whether they besieged the Samsara Palace or attacked the garrison, they were all reasons for Li Tianlan to target them. "I'll give you a hint," Dong Qingwudi said slowly. "This time, Zhongzhou State is not only sending the Snowdance Corps to Eastern Europe, but also some free forces that Zhongzhou State can't fully control. The two highnesses of Sai City, Sword Emperor Wang Tianzong, and even Kunlun City will send similar candidates to Eastern Europe. No matter what they pursue, once they succeed, it will be beneficial to Zhongzhou State as a whole. So in the face of enemies outside Zhongzhou State, we don't lack top combat effectiveness. The other force is a neutral force. The Terracotta Army you saw in Heaven Capital is almost all dispatched. The 4 spirit generals are now in Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe is very big, so this time the strength mobilized by Zhongzhou State is far greater than that of the decisive battle of Heaven Capital. As for the Snowdance Corps, as long as you let the Jiang family of South America and Knights Templars pay the price, and unite with the Arctic Ocean Command to exert pressure on Eastern European countries, and expand the size of the garrison of Zhongzhou State, the Snowdance Corps will have completed its task. Its performance will be considered as a pass. Tianlan, the chaos in Eastern Europe is not like the decisive battle of Heaven Capital. It involves the voice of more than a dozen countries in the dark world. The struggle between countries, the choice of wealthy families, and the entanglement of religions are more than a pool of muddy water. It's simply a quagmire. I'll give you a suggestion. When you arrive in Eastern Europe, seize the opportunity to fight Knights Templars and the Jiang family of South America. Don't care about anything else. Finish the most important task first, put yourself in an invincible position, and find opportunities to plan other things. Dong Qingwudi looked at Li Tianlan deeply and repeated again. "What I'm saying is, don't worry about anything except your own task. In the chaos, no one can see the overall situation clearly. Great credit may become a trap in the blink of an eye. You are the commander of the Snowdance Corps, so on the battlefield of Zhongzhou State, you have to be responsible for the 20,000 elites of the Snowdance Corps." He paused and said heavily, "You only need to be responsible for these 20,000 people." What he said could not be clearer. He was the commander of the Snowdance Corps. When necessary, he had to give up Wang Tianzong, Situt Songyue, Tribulation and everyone including Qin Weibai. That was the most conservative approach. As long as he completed his task and fulfilled his duties, other than the Snowdance Corps, no matter how many people he gave up, it was just a decision-making choice. In any case, it was difficult to connect it with treason. Li Tianlan did not agree with such conservatism, but he could not refute it. In Eastern Europe, he had to be responsible for the Snowdance Corps. But if Eastern Europe and the Snowdance Corps were linked together, he also had to be responsible for the Li family, the Dongqing clan, and all the forces that supported him. Li Tianlan would not give up something that he could not give up. But at this time he could only be silent. "I will have a good sense of propriety," Li Tianlan was silent for a long time before he whispered. The Snowdance Corps will not have a big problem. Just keep an eye on the vice-marshal, the supervisor, and the small groups around them. Bai Zhanfang said, the problem is still Wang Tianzong himself. Speaking of Wang Tianzong, the old counselor of Zhongzhou State's tone was full of undisguised seriousness. Absolute force might not determine everything in the general trend, but at some subtle key points, it was enough to exert earth-shattering power. Li Tianlan now had a good hand in his hand, but Wang Tianzong had a sword in his hand. At a critical moment, he might be able to smash the entire chessboard with a sword. It's okay. Dongqing Wudi hesitated for a while and finally shook his head slowly. It's okay? Bai Zhanfang looked at Dongqing Wudi. For him, this was the most important thing. I've contacted Boss Qin. Dongqing Wudi looked at Bai Zhanfang and then at Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows slightly. Dongqing Wudi continued. In the early stage of the chaos in Eastern Europe, the possibility of Wang Tianzong taking action is not high. If he takes action, he must have the confidence to confirm Tianlan's treason after his death. This requires a good enough opportunity and time to brew. Otherwise, if it is too obvious, does he really regard Zhongzhou State as nothing? During the time when Wang Tianzong is brewing his conspiracy, Tianlan can open up the situation in Eastern Europe, and Boss Qin will try his best to guide the situation. Although everything is risky, it is not completely uncontrollable. There were always risks. No matter what trump cards they had, for Li Tianlan and everyone in the dark world, Wang Tianzong was an unreachable peak. This was the biggest risk. What if Wang Tianzong insists on taking action at the last moment? Bai Zhanfang asked. The Samsara Palace is already prepared. Dongqing Wudi's tone was a little hesitant. What preparation? Li Tianlan suddenly asked. He looked at Dongqing Wudi with clear eyes. Bai Zhanfang was also looking at Dongqing Wudi, his eyes focused and condensed. It's the chosen one stroke. Dongqing Wudi said slowly. His tone was a little confused. Obviously, he didn't know where the sword came from. He just said a fact he heard. The real chosen one's sword at the peak state. No matter how strong Wang Tianzong is, he can't block that sword unscathed. Bai Zhanfang fell silent. Li Tianlan's eyes were a little wandering. The chosen one stroke. In a trance, Li Tianlan thought of a lot of things. He didn't know how many people had heard of that name, but he trusted Qin Weibai, so he could be sure that for hundreds of years, in addition to the original ancestors of the Wang family of Beihai, the chosen one really existed. Dongqing Huangtu. Li Tianlan had asked a lot of people. He asked Dongqing Hongguang and Dongqing Wudi, Dongqing Rushi and Dongqing Qiuqi, Zhuang Huayang, Li Beitian and Ning Qiancheng. But it seemed that no one had heard of the name. The answers he got were all negative. The chosen one was nameless. But how could the chosen one really be nameless? The history of Zhongzhou State seemed to be missing a certain period of time, as if a big hand had erased all traces of his existence. Li Tianlan didn't think that no one knew Dongqing Huangtu. At least he didn't think that Dongqing Hongguang and Dongqing Wudi didn't know. He had always thought that people who knew Dongqing Huangtu were unwilling to mention the name. Li Tianlan had been curious about the chosen one, and had pursued him. But he didn't think that the other party could have much interference and influence on his future. After all, no matter how glorious the chosen one was, it was all in the past. So after the fruitless pursuit, he gradually let go of his doubts and curiosity, like wanting to hear stories. But until now, the chosen one stroke. And it was the peak stroke of the chosen one. It suddenly appeared in the Samsara Palace's plan. From Li Tianlan's current perspective, he could vaguely realize how powerful Wang Tianzong had become. He had almost surpassed the limit of the invincible realm, and had half a foot out of the invincible realm. In this state, as long as Wang Tianzong took a small step forward, for this era he would be the real chosen one. To be able to suppress Wang Tianzong in this state, it must be the sword of the real chosen one. Dongqing Huangtu. It could only be Dongqing Huangtu. This was the first time, unprecedented, that Li Tianlan felt so close to the mysterious chosen one. It turned out that he had something to do with him. At least now, his sword had become an important trump card for him to retreat in Eastern Europe. Was Dongqing Huangtu still alive? If so, since he was willing to attack Wang Tianzong with the spirit of the Chosen One, it was impossible for him to limit himself to Eastern Europe and Snow Country. If he was really dead, where did his sword come from? Li Tianlan thought of Dongqing Huangtu and the Samsara Palace. Naturally, he suddenly thought of the sword stroke that the master of Samsara Palace faced Wang Tianzong when she went straight into Mount Dibbing more than 3 years ago. He didn't see that sword stroke, but he had heard about it afterward. The sword stroke of the master of Samsara Palace was the 15th blade Samsara of the 24 moves of sword. Qin Weibai once said that the master of Samsara Palace was not at the top of the divine list, but she had a sword stroke that was enough to fight against any peak of the invincible realm. Based on the vague relationship between the Samsara Palace and Dongqing Huangtu, Li Tianlan seemed to know whose sword intent the master of Samsara Palace's Samsara was. But now the headquarters of the Samsara Palace was destroyed. Although the master of Samsara Palace was not dead, she must know Wang Tianzong's state and strength at this time. Peak of the invincible realm? Wang Tianzong was no longer at the peak of the invincible realm. He had vaguely broken through half a step again. Could the sword stroke of the master of Samsara still threaten Wang Tianzong? And the sword intent simulated by Samsara? It was impossible to reach the level of the Chosen One's sword, let alone the sword at the peak. Li Tianlan was very sure of this. The sword stroke of the master of Samsara Palace was very powerful, but it was impossible for her Samsara to reproduce Dongqing Huangtu's peak sword intent. So where did this sword stroke come from? Did it really exist? Li Tianlan's mind was a little confused. It seemed that from this moment on, the name Dongqing Huangtu was no longer a story in his mind. This name was associated with the Samsara Palace, the master of Samsara Palace, and even Qin Weibai, the Dongqing clan and him. It was subtle and distant. Li Tianlan shook his head violently. What's wrong? Dongqing Wudi noticed Li Tianlan's abnormality and asked casually, General. Li Tianlan looked at Dongqing Wudi. He took a deep breath, and his eyes became unprecedentedly calm and serious. I want to know someone. Go ahead. Dongqing Wudi nodded. Who is Dongqing Huangtu? He asked, looking into Dongqing Wudi's eyes. Bai Zhanfang paused slightly and turned to glance at Dongqing Wudi. Dongqing Wudi's body stiffened for a moment, and he subconsciously avoided Li Tianlan's gaze. Li Tianlan was looking at Dongqing Wudi. Dongqing Wudi and Bai Zhanfang's eyes met in an instant. The place that was once called Fairyland seemed to have vitality, no matter how much it suffered. Inlin and Lonely Mountain, which had been closed for more than 3 years, turned into ruins overnight. In the discussion of the people, the sign of a forbidden military area had been put up here as quickly as possible. Countless engineering teams began to rush to establish the Special Warfare Supervision Department in the southeast of Zhongzhou State. The remaining dozen or so people of the Li family became the most serious supervisors, supervising the construction team's construction period, and guarding the Li family's cemetery on Lonely Mountain, the only place that had not been destroyed in that battle. The huge cemetery was at the end of Lonely Mountain. Now Lonely Mountain had become a flat land, but the cemetery was still built on a high place high above, as if overlooking the supervision department that was under construction. Once again, greenery and flowers appeared on the ruins of Lonely Mountain. The flowers and plants grew very fast and were full of vitality. In the scene of busy construction, they looked very pleasing. The people of the Li family had left Qin Weibai's villa. They built a few simple small houses between the cemetery and the construction site, and stayed here every day. In the dead of night, standing in the Li family's cemetery and looking down, the huge cemetery, the simple huts, the unfinished construction site, the gradually flourishing flowers and plants, and the West Lake not far away were wrapped in the cold starlight, looking like a desolate but very lively painting. A man and a woman appeared in the huge cemetery. The two came from the foot of the mountain on the water, avoiding the perception of all the people of the Li family, and walked into the cemetery. The slope of the cemetery was obvious, layer by layer. The man with a simple appearance and temperament walked to the highest point of the cemetery, and sat on a tombstone at random. Looking at the large cemetery in his sight, he was lost in thought and was silent for a long time. Silence was a kind of power. It was also an indescribable momentum. He sat quietly on the tombstone, quietly and silently. But the whole cemetery seemed to become real in his silence, so real that it seemed to be out of this illusory world. A beautiful woman in a fiery red dress stood quietly beside the man. The woman was in her 30s, mature and well-developed. Her face, which should have been cold and elegant, became as charming as water when she stood next to the man. She stood next to the man and looked at the place where she was going to live. Her eyes flashed, and no one knew what she was thinking. "How about this place?" the man suddenly asked. "It's very good." The woman smiled. She stared at the man's face in a daze. There was respect in her eyes, but also a deep tenderness. "The flowers and plants here are blooming very well. When you don't talk, you can hear the sound of flowers blooming. It's really good." The man smiled and said, "But it's not the best. The flowers here don't deserve you." The woman tilted her head and looked at him with some doubts. The man narrowed his eyes. In the dim night, his eyes were a little cold. "There used to be the most beautiful flower here. What about now?" The woman seemed to feel the change in the man's temperament and asked cautiously. "Now?" the man said calmly. "It was taken away." He was silent for a moment and continued, "But it doesn't matter. You stay here first. After a while, I will bring the flower back to you. Happy New Year's Day to everyone. It's the beginning of the month. I'm very serious about asking for a guaranteed monthly vote, brothers. Support me crazily. I'll continue to guarantee 8,000 words tomorrow. Will you vote monthly? Will you? At least 8,000 words the day after tomorrow. What about the day after tomorrow?" Chapter 403. It was August. There was still sunlight in the northernmost part of the world. But the sunlight was fading. The sunlight fell from the highest point of the sky. It was no longer bright or warm. It shone in the cold city, with obvious alienation and indifference. The midsummer was not over. The sky in Mormons was getting colder and colder. The manor near the port was still dotted with green, but the flowers had withered. The luxurious atmosphere was more desolate in the cold weather. It was not dilapidated, but it was enough to make people feel melancholy. Mormons was about to enter the polar night. But in the afterglow of the polar day, the sun still hung in the sky for 24 hours. The midsummer in Mormons was still as cold as winter even in the polar day. At 3 o'clock in the night, the temperature was close to 0 degrees Celsius. The dock not far from the manor was still busy, and the occasional whistle cut through the night sky. Flaming Fire, who had been with Chin Weibai for the longest time in the Samsara Palace, held a very special container in her hand, and carefully collected morning dew behind the manor. A very special and rare grass tree was planted behind the manor. It was said to be a tree, but it was not tall, reaching the waist. It was said to be a grass, but it was much taller. The living environment of this kind of grass tree had extremely harsh requirements for air temperature and air humidity. Although it could live in Mormons, it was not as green as it was in the headquarters of the Samsara Palace. The cold air rose in the sun, which had not yet arrived in the early morning. The cold air turned into dew, hanging on the leaves of the grass tree, crystal clear. Flaming Fire silently thought of the headquarters of the Samsara Palace. She collected the dew on the leaves into the container, and calmly returned to the main villa. The collected morning dew was poured into a purifying gas. The dew was purified and boiled. Flaming Fire opened the refrigerator. There were several gorgeous crystal bottles in the refrigerator, which were filled with ice cubes. Flaming Fire took out some ice cubes and put them into the boiling dew. She added a little honey and shook it gently. Finally, she put the water into a delicate thermos pot. She was busy in the kitchen with brisk and skillful movements. At nearly 4 o'clock in the morning, she baked the bread with Mormon's most famous caviar and fried a small piece of steak. The light was on in the bedroom on the second floor of the villa. The light and the sunlight in the polar day met inside and outside the villa. Flaming Fire began to cut the fruit. There weren't many fruits, but there were plenty of varieties. Chin Weibai, who had slept for less than 4 hours, washed up and walked out of the bedroom. "Boss." Flaming Fire, who had just finished her work, placed the food on the table. Chin Weibai nodded, sat down at the table and sipped water. Ice was added to the hot water, and the temperature was just right, bringing with it a refreshing sweetness. His spirit returned to Qin Weibai bit by bit. Her face was pale and haggard, but her eyes were gradually filled with an indescribable radiance. Flaming Fire did not prepare breakfast for herself. She just sat opposite Qin Weibai and watched her drink water. When she was completely sober, Flaming Fire said softly, "Boss, Horsewoman sent a message that deity has left Heaven Capital, and his whereabouts are unknown." Qin Weibai paused in the act of drinking water, picked up the knife and fork, and lazily and elegantly cut the steak in front of her. There were only 7 of the 12 famous supermasters of Samsara Palace left, and 5 of them had been killed by Wang Tianzong's domineering sword. Flaming Fire followed Qin Weibai. Saint, military counselor, duke and general, the 4 strongest supermasters were all seriously injured. Ghost voluntarily accepted the transformation and became a member of the Devil Troop. Now it was still dormant after being transferred from the headquarters to Snow Country. Horsewoman had been staying in East Island, but her task was not to keep an eye on deity. So now she could only get the news that deity had left Heaven Capital. No movement from Purple Night? Qin Weibai ate a piece of steak and asked softly. She thought of the prince who was sent to the purgatory of Heaven Capital by the East Island royal family, and a trace of mockery flashed in her eyes. "No," Flaming Fire said calmly. "She has been with deity for 3 years, and they have no children." Qin Weibai quietly ate breakfast and kept silent for a long time. There was only a small piece of steak left, and the bread and fruit gradually disappeared. "I see." Qin Weibai stood up and turned to the study. Flaming Fire picked up the thermos and followed with Qin Weibai's cup. "Let Horsewoman come to Snow Country," Qin Weibai suddenly said. Flaming Fire nodded subconsciously and said hesitantly, "Heaven Capital. It's meaningless." Qin Weibai's voice was ethereal and distant. "He has no chance. Snow Country needs people, and it will be more convenient for Horsewoman to come here." The 2 walked into the study. The study was luxurious and large, but it was not spacious. Countless documents were piled up in every corner of the study, so full that there was almost no room for people to stand. Qin Weibai looked at all this, walked to the desk with a calm look, and sat down. She was slender and tall, but sitting behind the desk, she was almost completely drowned by the piles of documents everywhere. But Flaming Fire knew that the documents in front of her were not all. After returning from the Holy Land to Mormons, this was the 5th batch of documents that had been moved to the study, or intelligence. All the intelligence of the Samsara Palace since its establishment. It spanned a long time and involved the whole dark world, countless wealthy families, a large number of countries, and densely packed organizations. As for individuals, it was an extremely complicated and detailed network of contacts, as numerous as the stars. It had been nearly 3 days since Qin Weibai returned from the Holy Land. She had hardly rested in the past 3 days. She had just slept for a while. She spent all her time looking through the intelligence. It seemed that she wanted to reorganize all the intelligence since the appearance of the Samsara Palace. She read it carefully and seriously. No one knew what she was looking for. The direction she was looking for was the whole direction. The internal strife within the wealthy families, the grievances between each other, the internal strife within the countries, the wars between countries, every conflict in the dark world, the confrontation between the major dark forces, the conspiracy and betrayal between the Eastern Church and the Vatican, all the experts who had appeared in the dark world in recent decades. Even some anecdotes were in the scope of what she was looking for. Flaming Fire once proposed to mobilize a group of elites in intelligence to help, but Qin Weibai refused without hesitation. Some things were not a matter of trust, but could only be done by herself. Qin Weibai quickly browsed through the recent events in Eastern Europe, and then buried herself in the mountain of intelligence again, reading carefully. Time in the study seemed to freeze, and only the sound of folders being opened and pages being turned could be heard. Flaming Fire kept moving out the information that Qin Weibai had read, and then brought in new information and materials. So the spacious study was always so crowded, and there was almost no place to stand. Flaming Fire was moving. Qin Weibai never moved. She just quietly read the intelligence collected by the Samsara Palace. The light in the study was flowing and shining on Qin Weibai. Everything was so beautiful, so natural, and so calm. But what Flaming Fire thought of was Qin Weibai's more than 50 hours of sleeplessness after returning from the Holy Land. During that long and repetitive time, she could feel the anxiety hidden in Qin Weibai's appearance. Even panic. That was not the panic after things were out of control. It was a kind of unpreparedness, unpredictability, and bewilderment in the face of the unknown. Another batch of intelligence materials was moved in. All the materials were copies sent from the intelligence agencies of the Samsara Palace all over the dark world. They were the kind that would be burned after reading. Qin Weibai had been reading in silence. After she finished reading the materials, she threw them into the stove, and the smoke drifted to the outside world. The sun was getting brighter. Flaming Fire turned off the light and gently opened the curtains. The cold sunlight fell into the study. Qin Weibai raised her head and looked at the light outside the window. For nearly half a year, there was no night in Mormons, and the sun always existed. Time passed on the dial, and the hands ticked. In the shining sun all day long, time seemed to have lost its meaning, and so did the clock. Qin Weibai looked at it silently for a while. The sunlight in Mormons was not even dazzling. The sun was hot, but it was as cold as the moon. For a moment, she seemed to be lost in such an environment. She didn't know day and night, the sun and the moon. She kept this position and was silent for a long time. Go and invite Mr. Lin. At a certain moment, Qin Weibai suddenly said in a light voice. Flaming Fire nodded, turned around and went out. Lin Fengting came quickly. His intention to protect Qin Weibai was obvious, so he lived in the guest room on the first floor. Now that he had handed over the position of the patriarch of the Lin clan to Qin Weibai, he was relaxed and looked more and more handsome. When he walked into the study, he was stunned when he saw the materials piled up in the study. Then he laughed. I heard that you haven't had much rest since you came back. Are you so busy? There are some things that I have to figure out. Qin Weibai said softly. Lin Fengting said. He sat down opposite Qin Weibai and asked directly. What can I do for you? I want to see the person in charge of intelligence of the Lin clan. Qin Weibai said. Now she had the power of the patriarch of the Lin clan, and the qualification to give orders. But the Lin clan was not a family. It was a clan scattered all over the world. There were internal connections, but they were very loose on ordinary days. Even Qin Weibai needed some time to adapt to this unusual mode of operation. The person in charge of the Lin clan was naturally not in the headquarters of the Lin clan. Strictly speaking, the intelligence agency of the Lin clan was equivalent to several branches separated from the headquarters, but it always kept in close contact with the headquarters. Different from the intelligence agency of the Wang family of Beihai, the intelligence system of the Lin clan was also unknown in the dark world. It was composed of countless intelligence organizations, large and small, and even seemingly unrelated all over the world. It was huge, but also loose. I'll give you the contact information, Lin Fengting said. Lin Fengting said. He thought for a moment, then continued. How about this? I'll call some important people over in the next few days. You can meet them. If you need them, just give them instructions. Okay. Qin Weibai nodded. Lin Fengting's attitude now became very subtle. At the beginning, she just wanted to borrow Lin Fengting's sword. Now Lin Fengting was here. He didn't want to fight with other dark forces. He didn't care about the so-called victory or defeat, let alone the Samsara Palace. What he wanted was to protect himself from death. Qin Weibai was very clear about this. Therefore, the headquarters of the Lin clan could provide her with Xian Yuan's sword, a super force hidden in the dark, and some peripheral help provided by the major branches of the Lin clan. These were basically the greatest support for her. From the bottom of his heart, even if Lin Fengting handed over the position of patriarch to her, he didn't want the whole Lin clan to be involved in the general trend of the dark world. Have you gained anything these days? Lin Fengting looked around at the intelligence and asked. Qin Weibai shook her head. She pursed her lips, and her eyes were a little tired. If I had gained anything, I wouldn't have borrowed the intelligence system of the Lin clan. I have a hunch that I can't find any clues in the intelligence of the Samsara Palace. Lin Fengting frowned. No clue at all? He asked thoughtfully. No. Qin Weibai shook her head. If that's the case, the Lin clan may not have any clues. Lin Fengting smiled helplessly. In some ways, the intelligence of the Samsara Palace is unique. If we can't find any clues in the Samsara Palace, what valuable things can the intelligence of the Lin clan, which doesn't care much about the dark world? But in terms of execution, the execution of the intelligence system of the Lin clan is far better than that of the Samsara Palace. Qin Weibai looked at Lin Fengting and said, "This is what I value most. I can't find anything here, and it's meaningless to go through the intelligence of the Lin clan. But the Lin clan can continue to investigate. We have no clues now, but we have a very obvious target." Follower? Lin Fengting raised his eyebrows. Follower? Qin Weibai nodded and said affirmatively. That man's true strength is infinitely close to the peak of the invincible realm, and he is even stronger than Aldak, the killing angel of the Vatican, who died in Heaven Capital 3 years ago. Now that he has been crowned, his true strength is enough to rank in the top 5 on the divine list. To investigate him, it is too difficult to start with him or the Holy Disarmament Corps of the Vatican. Lin Fengting frowned and said, on this trip to the Holy Land, what shocked him the most was not the unfathomable Pope, but the extremely mysterious follower. As the Vice-Marshal of the Holy Disarmament Corps, he only showed the combat capability of the invincible realm. But at the moment of fighting in the hotel, his true strength was not far from Erisis's. This meant that even if he was not Lin Fengting's opponent after the crowning, the gap between them was no longer that of heaven and earth, but that it could be seen. It was not only difficult to investigate such a person, but also absolutely dangerous. No matter how difficult it is, we have to go on. You know what it means? Qin Weibai said. Lin Fengting was silent. He naturally knew what it meant. An invincible realm expert, infinitely close to the peak of the invincible realm, was just a follower. In that case, who is the highness behind him? What was this person plotting by hiding in the Vatican? Only by investigating the follower and finding out who the highness behind him is can I be sure of something. Qin Weibai said, investigate the intelligence of the Vatican first. Go deeper step by step, enter the Holy Disarmament Corps, and finally find out the details of the follower. It doesn't make much sense for him to sneak into the Holy Disarmament Corps. There must be their people in the Holy Disarmament Corps. My only guess now is that the person behind the scenes wants to control the Vatican by letting an expert close to the peak of the invincible realm sneak into the Vatican. The follower is now close to Holy Virgin Angel. They are already very close to something. The internal structure of the Vatican was simple and complicated. As the Holy Virgin of the Vatican, Angel's responsibility was equally great. The position of the Holy Virgin in the Vatican was second only to that of the Pope. In addition to being responsible for spreading the glory of the Lord, they also had the right to choose the spokesperson for the Lord. The spokesperson of the Lord was naturally the Pope. The Holy Virgin did not have the power to appoint the Pope, but she had the power to choose the candidate for the Pope. In the end, a new Pope would be elected by the cardinals. Why don't we tell the Vatican the identity of the follower? Lin Fengting said thoughtfully. It doesn't make sense. Qin Weibai answered without hesitation. In the final battle in Snow Country, we need the power of the follower. Moreover, the follower is the only clue exposed by the so-called highness. If we tell the Vatican the news, we will take the initiative to cut off this clue. An expert close to the peak of the invincible realm is indeed terrible, but I'm more worried about the person behind him. What on earth are you worried about? Lin Fengting looked at Qin Weibai and asked. Qin Weibai froze for a moment. She was silent for a long time before she suddenly smiled, and told the truth from the bottom of her heart. In terms of martial arts aptitude, I'm really ordinary and not outstanding. What she said was inexplicable. But Lin Fengting's face changed slightly. What I'm worried about is naturally the mysterious highness. I don't know him, but obviously he knows me. That's the most abnormal thing. What's there to worry about the follower? After all, he's a person who has been exposed. Even if he's really at the peak of the invincible realm, in the end he's just a dog of someone else. She looked at Lin Fengting and said, Have you ever seen someone who uses an expert close to the peak of the invincible realm as a dog? I have, but he died in the end, and the highness behind the follower. She didn't continue, but was thinking about something. At present, no one is in line with that highness, not Wang Tianzong, not deity, and not you, sir. How can anyone else have such courage? Qin Weibai said. Have you ever seen someone who uses an expert close to the peak of the invincible realm as a dog? Lin Fengting suddenly asked quietly. His tone was frighteningly quiet. He's dead, Qin Weibai said. When she spoke of this fact, there was no emotion in her eyes. She was just a little absent-minded. Are you sure he's dead? Lin Fengting's voice was even quieter. But such a quiet sentence seemed to carry the chill of the whole Mormons. In an instant, it oppressed the whole study, and a cold feeling came over. Qin Weibai's expression didn't change. She just looked at Lin Fengting. Do you think it's him? She asked, is it possible? There are always some facts that can't be explained. For example, the one in Heaven Capital. Lin Fengting said. It's different. Qin Weibai shook her head. You know it yourself. It's impossible. Maybe. Lin Fengting said. Any invincible realm expert has karma. Qin Weibai didn't seem to take Lin Fengting's speculation to heart. Before this, in the whole dark world, only you have the least karma. The karma of an invincible realm expert was the karma of the dark world. The karma of the dark world was blood, killing, hatred, kindness, standpoint, and involuntary. Before this, only Lin Fengting had the least karma. But followers have no karma. Qin Weibai said. At least, I can't find his karma. That's why I have to continue to look for him. If I find out his followers, the highness behind him will be exposed. Do you suspect that highness is an enemy? Lin Fengting asked. Now, in a sense, they were still in a state of cooperation with that highness. I hate the unknown. Qin Weibai shook her head. And even if he's not an enemy, at least he won't be a friend. If this person is not found out, sooner or later, he will be a big trouble for the whole dark world. The sound of helicopter rotors suddenly sounded outside the window. Qin Weibai raised her eyebrows. Flaming Fire, who was guarding outside, pushed the door open in time and said calmly, Boss, Miss Qin is here. Qin Weibai agreed. After thinking for a moment, she stood up and walked out of the study. Let's go and have a look. The sound of the rotor roared over the entire manor. The helicopter landed slowly. The sun passed through the rotor, leaving a rotating mottled brilliance on the ground. Qin Weibai walked out of the villa. The helicopter landed on the lawn in front of the villa, and gradually quieted down. The cabin door was opened. A young woman with a pure face got off the plane. When she saw Qin Weibai, she trotted over excitedly, took Qin Weibai's hand, and said with a charming smile, Sister. Lin Fengting, who followed Qin Weibai out of the villa, looked confused. He didn't know what was going on. This is my sister. Qin Weibai introduced them to each other. This is Mr. Lin. Hello. The young woman took the initiative to reach out her hand and said with a natural and unrestrained smile, I'm Qin Weiyin. Qin Weibai, Qin Weiyin's sister. Lin Fengting's mind went blank for a moment, but his eyes fell on Qin Weibai. The Qin family of Baiyu State should be one of the largest Chinese wealthy families in Eastern Europe. Qin Weibai smiled. Lin Fengting opened his mouth wide. Baiyu State bordered snow country, and was one of the small countries in Eastern Europe. However, the Qin family in Baiyu State was absolutely famous in Eastern Europe and the entire dark world. It was one of the top Chinese wealthy families in Europe. In Eastern Europe, it was enough to compete with super wealthy families like Morton and Violet. Even several of the most powerful branches of the Lin clan had cooperation with the Qin family in many ways. It was not surprising that Qin Weiyin came from the Qin family. But Qin Weibai, the Qin family of Baiyu State? Lin Fengting shook his head hard. His voice was a little hoarse. Are you a member of the Qin family? No. Qin Weibai was stunned and then shook her head. It's just a coincidence of names. Don't get me wrong, sir. This is my sworn sister. If I were a member of the Qin family, do you think other forces in the dark world wouldn't find out? But Samsara Palace does maintain some secret cooperation with the Qin family. Lin Fengting laughed at himself. Indeed, not only Zhongzhou State, but all the major forces in the world had investigated the origin of Qin Weibai, the number 2 figure of Samsara Palace. The Qin family of Baiyu State was a behemoth that couldn't be hidden even if they wanted to. If Qin Weibai came from the Qin family, even if she did a good job of keeping it a secret, she would have been found out long ago. Yes, third grandpa asked me to ask you if you have time to go to Baiyu State. He asked me to tell you that it's time to make up your mind about some cooperation. Qin Weiyan said with a chuckle. Her appearance was not absolutely beautiful, but she was extremely delicate, especially the kind of purity from inside to outside, which made her look indescribably kind and amiable. Qin Weibai thought for a moment and nodded. Then I'll go once. Her eyes fell on Lin Fengting. Lin Fengting shrugged indifferently and said with a smile, I'll stay and gather some clansmen here. When you come back, you should be able to see them. You take flaming fire with you. Then let's go. Qin Weibai nodded and decisively walked to the helicopter on the lawn. Qin Weiyan smiled brightly and waved at Lin Fengting. The roar of the helicopter's rotors sounded again. Lin Fengting looked up. The helicopter was getting farther and farther in his sight, and finally became a small dot. Almost at the same time Qin Weibai left the manor. A figure wrapped in a black cloak stepped into the manor unhurriedly. The black figure's footsteps were neither fast nor slow. He walked and stopped in the manor, and finally stopped in front of the main villa. Lin Fengting still stood there, looking at the mysterious and somewhat sneaky black-robed man calmly. He smiled calmly and said, You are? The black-robed man seemed to be stunned for a moment. He hesitated for a while and then said with a smile, Mr. Lin. Lin Fengting nodded. The black-robed man hesitated for a moment and finally took off the black cloak, revealing the Taoist robe that looked extremely sage-like on him. I'm Xian Xuanzi. Xian Xuanzi chuckled and said, In the Samsara Palace, my code name is Tianji. Lin Fengting narrowed his eyes. The 12 supermasters of the Samsara Palace became the 13 supermasters. Almost no one knew about this except for a few core figures. But Lin Fengting knew. I've heard a lot about you, Taoist. He smiled and asked directly. Taoist, what's the matter? Boss Qin just left. I shouldn't have let her see this. It's best for her to leave. Xian Xuanzi said with a smile. Lin Fengting raised his eyebrows. He was confused. This manor is very big, but Mr. Lin, don't you feel that something is missing? Xian Xuanzi suddenly asked. What is missing? Lin Fengting looked around casually. The manor was luxurious. The villa was beautiful. The lawn was smooth. But the weather was too cold, and some flowers had withered, making it look a little desolate. Qin Weibai was proud and aloof, so she obviously didn't care about this. It's missing vitality. Xian Xuanzi took out a small bottle from his arms and said with a smile. It's missing the vitality of the manor, the vitality of the Samsara Palace, and the vitality of the boss. He held the small bottle and said gently, If you have nothing to do, you can come with me to see a miracle. It's my honor. Lin Fengting seemed to know what Xian Xuanzi meant. His eyes lit up quietly. The two passed by the villa and continued to walk backward. They walked all the way to the back of the manor. A patch of grass and trees was planted at the back. The morning dew had been collected once, but the cold air rose, and the morning dew appeared on the leaves again. Under the sunlight, it looked extremely crystal. Before joining the Samsara Palace, I heard some interesting rumors from a little friend. It said that the boss only drinks some purified morning dew or mountain spring water in a few specific places every day, and only eats some fruits and vegetables. That little friend is one of the boss's crazy admirers. He mentioned the boss that day and said that the boss is an otherworldly goddess. Xian Xuanzi looked at the trees and grass in front of him, and said with a strange smile, How can it be so exaggerated? Lin Fengting laughed. You mean Xiaoyao, right? I seem to have heard about it. Boss Qin does have high requirements for food, but when there's no morning dew or mountain spring, she still drinks purified water. Besides, she doesn't eat meat, only fruits and vegetables. Does Xiaoyao think that Boss Qin is a wild rabbit in the mountains? It's just a rumor, it's always interesting. Xian Xuanzi smiled. He suddenly glanced at Lin Fengting and asked, Mr. Lin, I heard from military counselor that the boss asked you to borrow a sword, and now you are inviting her to join the Lin clan? Lin Fengting was slightly stunned and nodded. She is now the acting patriarch of the Lin clan. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Congratulations to the Lin clan. Xian Xuanzi's smile gradually widened. Congratulations? Lin Fengting murmured to himself. Taoist priest, there seems to be a hidden meaning in your words. I should have congratulated her. Not to mention the help the boss's wisdom brings to the Lin clan. Now that Eastern Europe is in chaos, no one is optimistic about the Samsara Palace in this final battle. If the Samsara Palace collapses, maybe the supermasters who have not participated in the Samsara can protect some core things of the Samsara Palace. But the peripheral things are also priceless and unimaginable. If the boss joins the Lin clan, I think she doesn't value the peripheral things. These things will naturally be taken over by the Lin clan. Xian Xuanzi said calmly. Lin Fengting was stunned for a moment. He really didn't think of this. What he valued was Qin Weibai's value to the Lin clan in the future, but he ignored the benefits she had accumulated before after she joined the Lin clan. I didn't think about this. Lin Fengting told the truth. It doesn't matter. Xian Xuanzi said blandly. I just want to tell you that the samsara will be destroyed, and the boss will die. You have your way of protection, and I have my way. I brought the boss a chance of survival today. In the future, when she enters the Lin clan, and uses the power of the Lin clan to fulfill her promise to me, I hope you can remember my contribution today. Lin Fengting didn't say anything but asked, where is the chance of survival? Here. Xian Xuanzi looked down at the small bottle in his hand. Just waiting for the wind to rise. Would you like to help me, Mr. Lin? Lin Fengting took a deep look at Xian Xuanzi. He took a step forward. In an instant, the sword intent in the entire manor soared into the sky. Infinite sword energy crisscrossed over the manor, covering the entire manor. The sword energy brought up the wind. It kept whistling. Xian Xuanzi laughed. Whether from a metaphysical point of view or from a practical point of view, Lin Fengting's sword was needed to protect Qin Weibai's life. He walked into the land planted with grass and trees and poured a pile of powder from the small bottle. The powder fell on his palm and was blown up by the wind. It was as light as dust. The wind formed by the sword energy blew the powder and scattered it in every corner of the manor. The sun shone down coldly. In an instant, the sound of flowers blooming was heard in the manor. With the strong wind, flowers bloomed in the manor where the powder fell. Incomparably strong and bright colors bloomed in every corner of the manor in an instant. Thousands of purple and red colors were like a miracle. The coldness in the northernmost part of the world in midsummer still enveloped the sky of Mormons. The icy wind was getting stronger, and the polar night was coming. At the time when the polar sun and the polar night were about to alternate. For the first time, there was spring in the manor of Mormons. On the same day, in the early morning of Mormons, under the light of the polar sun, it was led by Holy Virgin Angel and Saint War Angel Arcis. 300 holy punishment priests and 800 saint warriors officially entered Eastern Europe and set foot in Snow Country. Chapter 404. Few people knew that there was a flower on Lonely Mountain in Linen. But those who knew the existence of this flower always kept it in mind. If one kept thinking about it, there would be an echo. Deity firmly believed in this truth. How long this flower existed was equal to how long it had taken root in the depths of his heart. This was one of the things he once wanted the most. Now he didn't need this flower anymore. But he could give this flower to others. He didn't need it, but he needed it. He needed this flower, so he would come to get it. He had been like this all his life, from childhood to adulthood. He didn't ask for help. If he wanted something, he would take it himself, rob it, and fight for it. The process didn't matter, as long as he could get it. He had never considered whether these things belonged to him or not. For him, whatever he had the ability to have, no matter who it belonged to in the beginning, was in his hands. This was not domineering. It was a kind of bigotry that was integrated into the bone marrow. Deity didn't think there was anything wrong with this. The world he lived in was the dark world. The world they lived in was the dark world. There were no so-called moral restraints, no laws, no rules, no right or wrong, only strength. His bigotry once made him outstanding in his youth, made him high-spirited when he was young, and once made him fall into the abyss when he was at the peak of his youth. Now, when he had lived more than half of his life, at the age of middle age and old age, he once again stood at the peak of the world. Bigotry was not a shortcoming. It was faith. A man could have no bottom line, and even lose his humanity, but he always had faith. This was what supported the soul to live. There was no light in the ruins of Lonely Mountain in the dark. Deity sat on the tombstone at the back of the mountain, which was also the highest point. He looked down, thought about his own thoughts, and was silent for a long time. Phoenix in a fiery red dress stood quietly beside him, staring at Deity's ordinary but extraordinarily real side profile. The cemetery was full of grass. The wind blew through the grass, with a subtle but comfortable sound of the wind. The cemetery was cool, without the heat of midsummer. Deity had been silent, and the whole cemetery became more and more real with his silence, even a little depressed. Deity thought about the flower. After a long time he waved his hand and said, "I haven't seen that flower either, but I think it should be very beautiful. That flower is called Flourishing Age, which is the dragon vein of Zhongzhou State. It gathers the fate of Zhongzhou State. So the more beautiful Zhongzhou State is, the more beautiful the flower is." He turned to look at Phoenix beside him. "Is Zhongzhou State beautiful?" "It's not as good as Tiandu," Phoenix said softly. She spoke without hesitation. Zhongzhou State was the most powerful country in this era. Compared with it, even if East Island was not the so-called barbarian land, it was still far behind Zhongzhou State. Heaven Capital was not even comparable to the territory of Zhongzhou State. But for Phoenix, Zhongzhou State was not as good as Heaven Capital. "What belongs to your highness is the most beautiful," she said softly. "Yes." Deity's expression was calm. He nodded and chuckled. "Zhongzhou State used to belong to me. So Zhongzhou State used to be very beautiful." Deity chuckled and nodded. "It doesn't matter. When we get the dragon vein, Zhongzhou State will be ours sooner or later." Dragon vein. Phoenix hesitated for a moment. Deity's eyes turned and fell on her. "I heard that the dragon vein is," she thought for a moment and suddenly didn't know how to address that person. "The dragon vein seems to have been given to him by great master Wu Wei." In the end, she could only use a very vague word. "Yes." Deity nodded calmly. "So now he is the dragon vein and the flower. Then you." Phoenix became more and more hesitant. "It doesn't matter," Deity said softly. "It's better for the dragon vein to be with him than to disappear. He has a flower on him, and there are roots here. When he dies and his blood is sprinkled on this land, the flower will bloom again." His voice was soft and cold. All flowers and plants need nutrients. Phoenix wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Finally, she was silent. She had a lot to say. There was a flower on Lonely Mountain. This flower was the dragon vein. It was not only the purgatory of Heaven Capital and the Li family that knew this. As for Zhongzhou State, at least the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City also knew the existence of this flower. And they should also know that Li Tianlan was carrying the dragon vein now. The Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City naturally wanted this flower. But the reason why they wanted to kill Li Tianlan had nothing to do with this flower. It might be because both Kunlun City and the Wang family of Beihai hid the fact about this flower. But Phoenix always felt that if Li Tianlan's blood was sprinkled on this land, it would be too easy to reactivate the dragon vein of Zhongzhou State. It's really not easy. Deity seemed to know what Phoenix was worried about. He narrowed his eyes. The Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City naturally want this flower, but they can't get it. Even if Li Tianlan dies, they can't get it. Because they dare not pay the price. Since they can't get it, they won't think about it. But I'm different. They all say I'm crazy. I don't care about the price. Since they are so cowardly, this flower is naturally mine. This is not cowardice. A faint voice sounded. The voice was very far away and old, but it condensed into a line, crossed the entire cemetery, and rang in their ears. Deity looked into the distance with no expression. The phoenix looked down from above. She was a superior of the half-step invincible realm. Even at night, she could still see far. An old man appeared at the other end of the cemetery. He seemed to come in a hurry, so he looked a little haggard, but his footsteps did not stop at all. He crossed the tombstone and the grass. The somewhat old, somewhat stooped figure floated like a shadow and soon arrived in front of the two. Phoenix hesitated for a moment, but still subconsciously bowed slightly. Li Honghe, who rushed to linen from Yuzhou, did not go to see Phoenix but just looked at Deity. The tombstone was very high. Deity sat on it, and Li Honghe needed to look up. The air was quiet for a while, and even the wind seemed to be silent. This was the meeting after more than 20 years. Everything was so strange, yet so familiar. Deity looked at Li Honghe quietly. The two stared at each other, one looking down, the other looking up, both expressionless. Li Honghe's aura was still weak, but his eyes focused little by little, and his eyebrows gradually rose. "Come down." He looked at Deity on the tombstone, and his tone was dignified and heavy, like a command. "Are you angry?" In the long reunion, which seemed to be a lifetime without seeing each other again, Deity laughed softly. His smile was gentle, but the light in his eyes was gradually distorted. He patted the tombstone on which he was sitting. His movement was not heavy, but the whole tombstone shook with a loud bang, and the huge tombstone was vaguely covered with cracks. "Is it because of this?" Deity asked. "Come down." Li Honghe's voice was low, close to a low roar. Now he had fallen from the invincible realm. His aura was weak, and his combat capability was weak. But at this time, there was a kind of scalp-numbing awe and fierceness in him. He was like an old lion whose territory had been touched. Although he was old, he could still wave his sharp claws. Deity jumped down from the tombstone. The tombstone was really high, taller than his whole body, so Deity also needed to look up at the tombstone. The tomb of Shuijingcheng. He looked at the tombstone expressionlessly and read. His figure was back to Li Honghe. In the midsummer night, his voice was like the chilly wind blowing from hell, with endless coldness and blood. "I can probably understand the position of this tombstone in your heart. Those lying here are the heroes of the Li family. They have no regrets for the Li family until they sleep forever. Every drop of blood, every wound, and every life of the people in this cemetery is their contribution to the Li family. So this place is supreme in your heart, and it can't be desecrated. You don't allow me to sit on it. In your heart, I'm disrespecting the dead, right?" Li Honghe's face twitched, and he didn't speak. "But why should I respect it?" Deity's voice was still cold. He didn't look back, just pointed to the tombstone in front of him. "Who is Shuijingcheng?" "He is my brother. He was the first guard who followed me from the beginning. We were inseparable. When he was alive, we drank and ate together, killed enemies together, and graduated from the Sky Academy together. Most of the time, I was him, and he was me. He was my most trusted brother." Li Honghe was still silent. Deity turned around. "Of course, this was when he was alive. We once said that we would live and die together. Now I'm alive and he's dead. Why should I respect him? My brother, does he need respect?" He looked into Li Honghe's eyes, and his face was a little ferocious. But his voice was extremely suppressed and soft. "Really? Really?" Boom. The huge tombstone suddenly broke into countless pieces. Stones flew all over the sky with smoke and dust, and then were blown away by the wind. The night grew quieter. "What he needs is to be alive." Deity's voice was low. His palm crossed Li Honghe and pointed to the tombstone in his sight. "All the people here need to be alive, not respect. When people die, the lights go out. Respect? Does it make sense?" Deity approached Li Honghe and looked into Li Honghe's old but firm eyes. "It's the Li family who killed them, but when it comes to you and me," he paused and said heavily. "Is it you or me who killed them?" "You hate me." Li Honghe looked into Deity's eyes and said. "I can't afford to hate you." Deity shook his head. "But you're too pedantic and cling to your friendship. It's pure retribution that you end up like this. But those in the cemetery are all my brothers. They shouldn't be like this, but they're all implicated by your pedantry. If you're guilty, you're unforgivable. I took action 3 times in those days, but I was stopped by you. Before that, you were the person I admired the most and the greatest person in my heart. But after the establishment of the purgatory of heaven capital, you were the person I hated the most. You cared about your friendship with the Wang family of Beihai, but how did the Wang family of Beihai treat you? I had 3 chances, and each time, I had at least a 50% chance to swallow the Wang family of Beihai. At that time, the Li family dominated the Zhongzhou state. Deity looked at Li Honghe with a sneer. It was all ruined by you. You ruined it. Tell me, what's the use of your friendship? Li Honghe's eyes gradually became complicated. You still haven't repented, he said softly. You still think you're right. I'm wrong. Deity took a deep breath. I shouldn't have been stopped by you at the beginning. I'm wrong that I didn't completely realize your pedantry. Friendship? Have you ever seen a friendship that can last for hundreds of years? Every generation of the Wang family of Beihai is purging and seeking change. In the eyes of outsiders, isn't it an internal fratricide? Will you believe in the friendship of such a family? Old guy, what the hell are you thinking? For hundreds of years, the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai have been close, not because of the so-called friendship, but because we're strong enough. What so-called friendship? Bullshit. If it was you who died more than 20 years ago instead of the one from the Wang family of Beihai, if Wang Tianzong had reached the invincible realm earlier than me, do you think the Wang family of Beihai would let us go when we were weak? What did I do wrong? Tell me, what did I do wrong back then? I just made a choice that anyone would have made. Everything you said is your assumption. If you hadn't done that, how could the Li family be where it is today? Assumption? If you hadn't stopped me back then, how could the Li family be where it is today? No one here will die. Today we will be stronger and keep our word. Deity's voice was sharp and violent. There seemed to be a sudden gust of wind in the cemetery, because of his momentum. The gust of wind was shrill. In the shrill wind, Li Honghe fell silent. Deity also fell silent, and looked at the large cemetery in his sight again. The cause of that day and the effect of today have happened. What's the point of saying these things? After a long time, Li Honghe said slowly. His eyes became quiet. Once the silence lost its temperature, it would be very cold. What are you doing these days? He asked straightforwardly. I'm here to take back what belongs to me. Deity said. There's a flower here. I want that flower. At any cost. At any cost? Li Honghe raised the corner of his mouth and said with some mockery. Can you use that flower? Deity waved his hand. Dressed in a fiery red dress, the beautiful Phoenix took 2 steps forward. Deity put his arm around Phoenix's still slender and soft waist. This is my woman. He looked at Li Honghe and said. Now she has my son and you have a grandson. Are you happy? Li Honghe's pupils suddenly contracted. I can't use that flower, Deity said coldly. But my son can always use it. That flower was originally prepared for Huawu. Now Huawu has been killed. My son and Phoenix's name is still Huawu, and he still needs that flower. This flower is not prepared for you. Li Honghe said quietly, I know Huawu. I'm also sad that he was killed. But if he and Tianlan were in the thunder-shocking realm at the same time, he would never be Tianlan's opponent. Neither Huawu nor the unborn little guy can bear this flower. The wind was even more shrill. Deity was silent for a long time before he said expressionlessly, Bullshit. A cold light flashed in Li Honghe's eyes. Before he could say anything, Deity had waved his hand. You can't stop me, he said coldly. Just like I can't stop you. We have our own ideas just like playing chess. You say you're good at chess, so why don't we play a game of chess? You want to use Tiannan as the chessboard, let Li Tianlan replace me, and take over the entire purgatory of heaven capital. This is your plan. And I want this flower to let Huawu replace Li Tianlan. I still have time to play with you and your good grandson. As long as you can afford it. You're still not convinced. Li Honghe's tone was complicated. His voice drifted in the wind, like crying and laughing. He was extremely bitter. I'm willing to bet, and I'm willing to lose, Deity said blandly. I haven't bet yet. How can I be convinced? Phoenix will live here. When the flower blooms, She can support herself. Of course, if you are willing to take care of her, I can appreciate it. When I bring the flower back, we can see who is right and who is wrong. Deity continued. Li Honghe was silent. Deity could not bring back the flower. That was for sure. What he could bring back was only Li Tianlan's body. Li Honghe turned around and said calmly, "Follow me." He walked slowly out of the cemetery. Deity and Phoenix followed him without saying a word. The three of them passed the wooden house again, passed the construction site, walked to the side of Lonely Mountain, entered the former boundary of Mount Qingyun, and then came to the ruins of Qingyun Temple. Mount Qingyun collapsed, and Qingyun Temple was destroyed. But there were still specks of white fog in the middle of the night. Li Honghe's figure stopped somewhere. He pointed to the ground and looked at Deity. "What do you see?" Deity looked down and narrowed his eyes. "Is this white fog the remaining luck? Can you see anything else out of the white fog?" Li Honghe did not answer his question, but asked calmly. Deity frowned. The white fog in his sight was very thin, and he could clearly see the ground. The ground was very flat and empty. "What do you want to say?" he asked impatiently. Li Honghe smiled. It was a very sarcastic smile. Given the relationship between them, it had become like this. This smile was filled with a myriad of emotions. "What about you?" Li Honghe looked at Phoenix. "What do you see?" Phoenix hesitated, looked at Deity, and then looked at the ground. She stretched out her hand and pointed to the ground, whispering, "This seems to be a rhizome." "Rhizome?" Deity raised his eyebrows. In his sight, the ground was still empty. "How can you see the dragon vein if you have evil intentions?" Li Honghe said coldly. "Don't you understand? You can't see the dragon vein. This flower has nothing to do with you from the very beginning. No one favors you. I don't, and neither does Wu Wei." Deity narrowed his eyes and looked at Phoenix. Phoenix's face was a little pale, but she nodded and pointed to the ground carefully. Deity was silent for a long time. After a long time he laughed. "It doesn't matter," he whispered. "So what if I can't see it? You can always see it. Do you think I will support you?" Li Honghe looked at Deity expressionlessly. She looked at the man who was her son by blood. "It doesn't matter," Deity said blandly. "Li Tianlan is dead, so you can only support me." He turned around slowly. "Linen is a good place. I have an appointment with someone here, and someone has an appointment with me here." He walked toward the outside world. "You wait here and wait for me to bring the flower." Phoenix subconsciously wanted to follow him, but thinking of the child in her belly, she still stood where she was and stood in front of Li Honghe. Li Honghe looked at Deity's back as he left. "You can't succeed," he said. Deity did not respond and continued to move forward. Li Honghe laughed. His voice gradually rose a little, and his voice line floated in the misty white mist. "You will fall in the same place." His voice was firm. "Twice." Someone did make an appointment with Deity, and Deity also made an appointment with someone else. The person who made an appointment with Deity set the location at the West Lake Club in Linen. So Deity also set the location here, and it was the same box. Meeting twice in the same place was enough to show Deity's confidence. The club was not far from Lonely Mountain, about 3 kilometers. Deity entered the club at the appointed time, and walked into the box booked by the other party. There was red wine in the box. The red wine had just been opened, and the fragrance of the wine was spreading. There was a stack of fruit plates and a goblet in front of the red wine. A little further away from the fruit platter, there was a laptop that was turned on. The computer had a video on. In the video, a tall figure that looked a little fat appeared on the screen. This was a slightly stout man with short hair and a mask, but his eyes were extremely sharp. Deity entered the box and saw this strange scene, narrowing his eyes. "Welcome, Your Highness." The man on the laptop screen laughed. His voice was soft, low, and magnetic. "Should I call you Deity? Or Marshal Li? Did you make an appointment with me?" Deity laughed. His voice was cold and fierce, sounding a little crazy. "Interesting, really interesting. You sincerely asked me to meet. I came here from East Island, but you show me this laptop? Sorry." On the screen, the man's voice was faint and sounded insincere. "I don't think it's necessary to meet face to face. As long as we can talk about something that interests each other, whether it's a video call or a real meeting, it's the same. If you want to have a video call, you can do it with me in Heaven Capital. Deity smiled coldly. Are you kidding me by asking me to come here to have a video call? The man was silent for a moment. I didn't mean that, he said softly. I hope Marshall Lee doesn't misunderstand, but I had a little accident here. For the safety of both of us, I think it's the best way to meet here. And I know Marshall Lee will come to Linen. For that flower, you should also come to Linen. His voice became softer and softer. Looking at the time, it should be time for your child's gender to be confirmed, right? Phoenix is a very beautiful woman. Marshall Lee has good taste. Deity suddenly fell silent. In the purgatory of Heaven Capital, the news of Phoenix's pregnancy was a real top secret. Even his most trusted Daybreak and Dawn didn't know it. Who are you? Deity was silent for a moment, looked at the screen, and asked coldly. You can call me Your Highness. Of course, I prefer another title. You can call me Your Majesty. There were many highnesses in the dark world. Every invincible realm expert could be called Your Highness. Some distinguished people such as Wang Shengxiao, Wang Yuetong, Qin Weibai, and the heirs of the royal families of various countries could also use this title. But His Majesty, there was only one Majesty in the dark world. Deity laughed, and his laughter was a little crazy. A guy who doesn't even have a title dares to call himself Your Majesty? His Majesty is His Majesty. Does he need any title? Just like Wang Tianzong, adding Sword Emperor in front of it. How ridiculous is that? His Majesty is His Majesty, the only Majesty. The man's voice was low and a little gentle. Deity stopped laughing, and he stared at the screen in front of him. Is Luxing Songquan your man? He asked suddenly. This time, the one who pulled the strings was Luxing Songquan, the invincible Grand Master who was known as the Sword Sage in East Island, and the leader of Jifeng Sword Training School. This question. If it was a few days ago, I wouldn't be sure. But now yes, he is my follower. The man on the screen smiled elegantly. The Sword Sage of East Island is your follower. Deity repeated and said with a slight sneer. What a big deal. In my opinion, he is my follower, and he has no other identity. The man said softly. If Your Majesty thinks that I have violated your territory, I can ask Luxing Songquan to withdraw from East Island with the power of Jifeng Sword Training School. I want to cooperate with you, so please believe in my sincerity. I am willing to compromise on some things. Deity sneered and said nothing. Luxing Songquan withdrew from East Island. Deity naturally had no objection. In the current situation of East Island, Wuji Palace and Jifeng Sword Training School seemed to have bowed to the purgatory of Heaven Capital. But the internal game had never stopped. If Jifeng Sword Training School withdrew, the purgatory of Heaven Capital could suppress Wuji Palace in the shortest time, unify the dark world of East Island, and hold the power of the entire special warfare system. But such an ending was not what the royals wanted to see. So even if Jifeng Sword Training School wanted to withdraw, even if the Mikado knew that Luxing Songquan had become the mysterious highness or His Majesty's follower, the royals would not let Jifeng Sword Training School and Luxing Songquan leave. This was a necessary means to check and balance the purgatory of Heaven Capital. So what the other party said about withdrawing and sincerity were all bullsh*. The man on the screen also gradually fell silent. After a long time he said softly, It seems that you can't fully trust me. Don't talk nonsense. Deity said blandly. Get to the point. The point. The man on the screen said it silently and then laughed. The point, of course, is Eastern Europe. Marshall Lee, what do you think of the chaos in Eastern Europe? I can't see through it. Deity said blandly. The chaos in Eastern Europe would only get more and more chaotic, and it was far from clear. For now, no one could see through it. Marshall Lee can't see through it, but you're still involved, aren't you? The man who claimed to be His Majesty said with a smile. The purgatory of Heaven Capital is very strong. It has the support of the former experts of the Lee family. It can be said that there are many experts inside. However, if possible, you still need the combat capability of the invincible realm. Don't you? Luxing Songquan is good, and so are the swordsmen of Jifeng Sword Training School. If Marshal Li needs them, you can take them with you on this trip to Eastern Europe. They can be used as dogs or cannon fodder. As for the things they get, whether they are interests or power, they can be handed over to the purgatory of Heaven Capital unconditionally. As for the interior of East Island, after the chaos in Eastern Europe is over, Jifeng Sword Training School can also follow your lead. What do you think? He laughed softly and said, one more invincible realm lackey and more than a dozen more top swordsmen will still help Marshal Li in your plan to conquer Eastern Europe, won't it? What do you want? Deity narrowed his eyes. An invincible realm dog. These words were truly bold and courageous. The invincible realm was the top combat capability in the dark world. Anything involving an invincible realm expert could be regarded as a major event in the dark world. An invincible realm dog? In the dark world, except for the person in front of him, even deity himself did not dare to say so. And Luxing Songquan was not the most ordinary invincible realm expert. He was the sword sage of East Island. It's simple. It's just a life. The man said blandly. Whose life? Deity looked at the screen and said a cold joke. Wang Tianzong. The other party's answer was colder than his cold joke. Wang Tianzong has too many restrictions, and is nothing to be afraid of. In some ways, Marshal Li, you have too many restrictions and are also nothing to be afraid of. I don't deny that you are powerful, but you are nothing to be afraid of. That's why I want to cooperate with you. Who is that? Deity looked at the screen and asked. The person on the screen hesitated and finally said, Qin Weibai. Marshal Li, as long as you kill Qin Weibai in Eastern Europe, you will be my firmest ally. This doesn't seem to conflict with your plan. You should want to kill Li Tianlan, don't you? The man's tone was flat and slow. I think of a joke. It's not very funny, but it's true. Many people in Zhongzhou State want to kill Li Tianlan. Wang Tianzong wants to kill him, Gu Xingyan wants to kill him, and a group of big shots in the Prince Group also want to kill him. I don't deny their wisdom, but in this matter, they behave like fools. This word is not elegant, but they are really stupid, simply stupid. They will never understand that if Qin Weibai doesn't die, they can't kill Li Tianlan. Marshal Li is wise. I think you should understand. Even if you don't understand, I tell you, and you should understand. Why should I believe you? Deity's tone was cold. Don't believe me. It doesn't matter. The man said with a smile. I just provide you with help, and at the same time ask you to help me kill Qin Weibai. As long as she dies, it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. At that time, Li Tianlan will be easy to kill. Deity was indifferent and silent. Reason? After a long time he asked softly. No reason. The man shook his head. 2 days ago, I was sure of something, so she must die. If there is a reason, she knows too much. Deity seemed to be making a choice. If you are worried about Lin Fengting, I can also provide some help. I have another follower, who has just been crowned by the Pope. Although he is no match for Lin Fengting, he can restrain him for a short time. The man said with a smile. Except the Pope's coronation. Deity's body seemed to shake. Qin Weibai can completely trust the Lin clan. It can even be said that apart from Li Tianlan, the only one she can completely trust is the Lin clan. As for the reason, you can understand that the Lin clan accepted a disciple many years ago, but the past is gone with the wind, and it is no longer important. The only important thing is that Qin Weibai is also very important to the Lin clan. In the battlefield of Eastern Europe, my people can temporarily restrain Lin Fengting, but in the purgatory of Heaven Capital, they may be targeted by the Lin clan. You need to decide how to choose. The man said softly, if you are willing to cooperate with me, I can give everything that Jifeng Sword Training School has obtained in this Eastern European chaos, and even a part of what the Vatican has obtained, to the purgatory of Heaven Capital without reservation. Is it worth it? Deity asked, narrowing his eyes. The gains of Jifeng Sword Training School, and a part of the Vatican were destined to be rich. And in this Eastern European chaos, only 2 people in the Vatican were crowned by the Pope, Arcis and the Vice-Marshal of the Holy Disarmament Corps. Arcis was impossible. The so-called follower could only be the Vice-Marshal of the Holy Disarmament Corps. It took a lot of effort for the other party to climb to that position. Once the other party gave a part of the Vatican's gains to the purgatory of heaven capital, it was equivalent to all their efforts in the Vatican being wasted. Just to kill Qin Weibai. Was it really worth it? It's worth it. The man said calmly. It's absolutely worth it. About this, His Highness. I really didn't dig a pit for the sake of digging a pit. This is a very important main line. It appeared in the outline before I started writing, and there are some clues in front. 8,500 chapters, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 405. Late at night in midsummer. The empty night began to become gloomy in the second half of the night. The dark sky hung over Westlake, and the stars were hidden. The quiet Westlake was quiet in the light of linen, like a frozen, dim, and blurry landscape painting. At a certain moment, the gloomy and depressing night suddenly lit up with a pale sky. The light illuminated the bustling landscape of linen. The sky lit up for a moment, and then fell silent again. The next second, the roaring thunder broke the silence of heaven and earth. The heavy rain swept through the whole of Lynn, and in an instant, time in the Westlake clubhouse was still flowing forward in luxury. Westlake was beautiful in the rain. But the waves of Westlake under the heavy rain were turbulent, with a vague violence that could devour everything in the magnificence. The night was getting darker and darker. There seemed to be only the heavy rain falling nonstop in the whole world. Deity was still sitting in the private room of the clubhouse. The laptop video had been turned off. The conversation had been over for a long time. Deity sat in the position where he was talking, motionless. He didn't know how long he had been silent. He had talked a lot with the mysterious His Majesty, but it seemed that he had talked very little. The other party was extremely shrewd, so from beginning to end, Deity never got any extra information. He only knew that the other party wanted to ask him to kill Qin Weibai. His attitude was very firm. It was the kind of determination that almost at all costs. Deity quietly thought about everything that had happened tonight. Not much happened tonight, but the aftertaste was extremely long. The flowers on Lonely Mountain, Li Honghe's attitude, the mysterious His Majesty, the two followers of the invincible realm, Qin Weibai, and the chaos in Eastern Europe. Everything seemed clear at a glance. But Deity had not completely figured out the subtle connection between them until now. This mysterious His Majesty knew a lot of things. Qin Weibai also knew a lot of things. But what did this His Majesty confirm recently that made him want to kill Qin Weibai? And who was he, and what did he want? The second commander of the Holy Disarmament Corps of the Vatican was his follower. Luxing Tsangchuan, the Sage of Sword of East Island, was his follower. In that case, could he have other disciples? The quality of his followers was extremely high, so high that Deity had to be serious. If the follower of the Vatican had the ability to restrain Lin Fengting after the coronation, it was enough to show that his strength was close to the peak of the invincible realm. Luxing Tsangchuan's current strength was still far from the peak of the invincible realm, but now he was qualified to be listed on the divine list. Two disciples of the invincible realm, and both of them were invincible realm experts with the strength of the divine list. In recent decades, except for the Wang family of Beihai and the Li family at their peak, no force in the dark world could have such a luxurious lineup. What was more, the two invincible realm experts who could be listed on the divine list were just disciples. Or rather, they were lackeys. The invincible realm was the peak of the dark world. There were billions of people in the world, but how many of them could reach this level? There were a total of 30 people on the divine and holy lists, and there were a few who didn't have time to get on the list after they broke through the realm. There were only so many people. There were invincible realm experts who hid their names, but there were fewer of them than those who didn't get on the list, and they wouldn't affect the general trend. Every expert in the invincible realm, no matter strong or weak, was a strong-willed person. Regardless of whether they were noble or despicable, they all had their own dignity in their hearts. If these two disciples united and cooperated, with Jifeng Sword Reigning School as the foundation, within a few years, it would be enough to establish a superpower in the dark world. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to make such people their lackeys. How did His Majesty do it? And what was his ultimate purpose in doing all this? One question after another emerged in Deity's mind, and eventually became a mess. He subconsciously wanted to check Lu Xingchuan and the vice-marshal of the Holy Disarmament Corps, but his intuition told him that it would basically be useless. He didn't agree to cooperate with His Majesty, nor did he refuse. This negotiation seemed to be useless, but some foundations had been laid. The night was getting darker. The heavy rain outside the club was getting wilder. All the lights in the Westlake Club were completely turned on. The bright light shone out in the night rain, bringing out a halo. The lights were intertwined in the rain curtain. In the deep night, there was an intertwined dreamy light, like a rainbow, beautiful. A low-key Volkswagen slowly entered the Westlake Club in the heavy rain. At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, a figure passed through the rain curtain and walked into the box where Li Guangtu was. Li Guangtu was still silent and didn't seem to notice that someone had come in. But His Majesty had an appointment with him today, and he had an appointment with others here. Greetings, Your Majesty. The figure in a black suit placed the black umbrella in his hand in the corner of the box and bowed slightly to Deity. His tone was respectful and his posture was serious, showing a very formal respect and deference. Your Majesty? Deity turned his head to look at the deeply bowed figure, and laughed at himself. What kind of majesty am I? I don't like this title. Your martial arts are unparalleled. And your sword intent is strong enough to compete with the Sword Emperor. Naturally, you deserve the title of His Majesty. The figure in the black suit slowly straightened up. He wasn't short, but he couldn't be considered burly. However, as he stood there, he gave off an extremely tough and straight feeling. His delicate and clean appearance wasn't particularly outstanding, but his temperament was extremely eye-catching. The corners of his mouth were gently pursed, and he looked resolute and cold, but his eyes were calm and indifferent. This was the face of a young man, 27 or 28 years old. A face that almost all the young masters in Zhongzhou State now knew. A face that even left a deep impression on the world in the final maneuver a few days ago. Jiang Shangyu's face. Deity looked at Jiang Shangyu calmly and narrowed his eyes slightly. Deity. Jiang Shangyu. This was a meeting that no one had expected. And it was also the first official meeting between the two. There was no appreciation in Deity's eyes, only a touch of satisfaction. As if he was looking at a chess piece that could be used. Jiang Shangyu's expression was very calm and respectful. It was hard to say whether he took the initiative to contact the Purgatory of Heaven Capital, or the Purgatory of Heaven Capital looked for him. In some seemingly accidental but actually inevitable coincidences, the two sides had a connection. The first time Jiang Shangyu did something for the Purgatory of Heaven Capital was 2 years ago. No one knew this. Even Jiang Shan didn't know. You did well in the final maneuver. Deity looked at him for a while and said lightly, I am looking forward to your future. Jiang Shangyu hesitated, as if he didn't know how to address him. Finally he said softly, You flatter me. It's not a compliment. Deity shook his head. What I like is your potential. If you tell me that you have no potential, it only proves that I have no vision. There is no need for modesty in the Purgatory of Heaven Capital. If a capable person deliberately lowers his position, he is incompetent. You have determined your path to the invincible realm before you are 30 years old. Before you are 40 years old, you are expected to be invincible. In the future, you may be able to stand at the top of the divine list. Jiang Shangyu stood silently and did not speak. In the past 2 years, you have done a few things for the Purgatory of Heaven Capital, and you have done a good job. The Jiang family is in a delicate position now. I can see the direction of your efforts. To some extent, there is no conflict between my direction and the Jiang families. And you and your family can play a big role in my chessboard. That's why I see you today. Deity looked at Jiang Shangyu's calm face and chuckled. His voice was very low, but because it was very real and clear, it sounded very loud in Jiang Shangyu's ears. Jiang Shangyu, would you like to join the Purgatory of Heaven Capital? This question was not difficult to answer. If he was unwilling, Jiang Shangyu would not have come today. 2 years ago, he would not have contacted the people of the Purgatory of Heaven Capital. So he nodded without hesitation and said with a smile, I am willing to be a chess piece in your majesty's hands. He still called him your majesty. Deity did not say much but said calmly, when I come to Zhongzhou state, there will be a place for the Jiang family beside me. Jiang Shangyu bent down deeply and bowed. In the future, you will contact me directly and be responsible for me. Deity continued. In the purgatory of heaven capital, it was a great honor to be able to contact deity directly. This could be regarded as a reward. Okay. Jiang Shangyu responded respectfully, but a trace of hesitation flashed across his face. What's wrong? Deity raised his eyebrows. Something is wrong with Lung Yu. As Jiang Shangyu spoke, he looked up at deity and said, Recently, she has little contact with me. Her state seems to be a little special. Purgatory of Heaven Capital, Lung Yu. This was a secret name among the higher-ups of the Purgatory of Heaven Capital. In the past 2 years, it was not Dawn Daybreak who had contact with Jiang Shangyu, but Lung Yu. It was the most convenient for her to contact Jiang Shangyu. However, Jiang Shangyu noticed that she seemed to be in trouble. Deity was silent for a while. It's okay. He thought for a moment and said, She can solve it herself. Jiang Shangyu nodded and asked, Does your majesty need me to go to Eastern Europe? Zhongzhou state has restarted the Snowdance Corps. If your majesty needs, I can operate myself into the Snowdance Corps. No need. Deity shook his head and personally poured a glass of red wine for Jiang Shangyu. The wine was good, but after a long time, the taste inevitably faded. How are your injuries? He asked. Jiang Shangyu's hand holding the wine glass paused, shook his head, and said, It's not a big problem. I can recover in half a year. The main problem is the realm drop, but it's not serious. Now I'm still in the thunder-shocking realm. In the final maneuver, He Wang Shengxiao, Gu Hanshan, and Song Xiai were seriously injured by Li Tianlan. Gu Hanshan, who had not dropped his realm, had the lightest injury. Wang Shengxiao and Song Xiai chose the most violent realm drop attack at the same time. They fell directly from the peak of the thunder-shocking realm to the peak of the fire-flaming realm. At this time, they were the most seriously injured. Jiang Shangyu also dropped his realm drop attack. But he stayed at the peak of the fire-flaming realm for 3 years. In the fire-flaming realm, he could not be more perfect. So his realm drop attack only made him drop back a small realm. Compared with before the final maneuver, his realm was still higher. As long as he recovered from his injury, it would not be a big problem. And now he had his own path. In the following time, he did not need a long closed-door training and silence. What he needed most was to stimulate his potential between life and death and broaden his road to the invincible realm. Then you go to Tiannan. Deity said. Tiannan. Jiang Shangyu repeated it, a little confused. East Emperor Palace will also go to Tiannan. Deity's tone was calm. East Emperor Palace. Tiannan. Jiang Shangyu's body suddenly shook. In an instant, the pattern of all the forces operating together in Tiannan suddenly became clear in front of him. The members of East Emperor Palace connected with the major forces inside and outside Tiannan. Just for a moment, Jiang Shangyu understood what Tiannan meant to Li Tianlan. Tiannan is great. Jiang Shangyu took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Deity did not speak. For him, East Emperor Palace was actually not important. In the chaos of Eastern Europe, he had to get that flower. If he wanted to get that flower, he had to get Li Tianlan's body. Once Li Tianlan died, East Emperor Palace would be meaningless to Tiannan. However, if there was no East Emperor Palace in that place, it would still be the battlefield between the Purgatory of Heaven Capital and the Wang family of Beihai in the future. At this time, if Jiang Shangyu, a hidden pawn, was buried there, it might play an unexpected role. And in case Li Tianlan survived this time, Jiang Shangyu and Tiannan could also become a key pawn for deity, and Li Tianlan to compete for the dominance of the Purgatory of Heaven Capital. He was the supreme ruler of the Purgatory of Heaven Capital. But the Purgatory of Heaven Capital belonged to the Li family. During the years when the Li family collapsed, deity did not know what the old man, who was good at playing chess, had planned. But the Purgatory of Heaven Capital was definitely one of his biggest plans. The purgatory of heaven capital was very strong. Deity liked this plan very much. But the only thing he did not like was the position of some backbone forces of the purgatory of heaven capital. Deity believed that those backbone forces were loyal enough to him. But the bad thing was that they were also loyal enough to Li Tianlan. What Li Honghe hoped most was that Deity and Li Tianlan could coordinate the power within the purgatory of heaven capital, and finally let Li Tianlan control the entire purgatory of heaven capital in Tiannan, and then return to Zhongzhou state to restore the glory of the Li family. This required Deity to be willing to let go. But how could he be willing? If he was not willing, he had to struggle and rob. For Deity, if Li Tianlan died in Eastern Europe, there would be no hidden danger in the future of the purgatory of heaven capital. This was the best ending. But if the chaos in Eastern Europe could not be resolved as he wished, he would let Jiang Shangyu go now, and then it might play an unexpected role. Jiang Shangyu, Li Tianlan, Di Jiang. Deity looked at Jiang Shangyu thoughtfully. Among the three, if the latter two were at the same level, then Jiang Shangyu was undoubtedly too weak. Deity's eyes were a little hesitant. In his mind, Li Tianlan, Wang Shengxiao, Jiang Shangyu, Gu Hanshan, Song Xiai, and Dongqing Rushi were undoubtedly the most promising young people in Zhongzhou state. And this was also the most correct order of strength in his mind. Li Tianlan was very strong. But Deity did not think that he deserved the glory of the Li family in the past. He could not win over Wang Shengxiao and Song Xiai. As for Gu Hanshan, Deity had no prejudice against Gu Hanshan. He just correctly thought that all the people in Kunlun City were worthless clowns. He did not bother to target anyone. To put it simply, he simply looked down on them. The halo of Gu Hanshan's heavenly king heart was indeed dazzling enough. But in Deity's view, he was not even as good as Jiang Shangyu, who had a poor foundation. Dongqing Rushi was in a special state. In this way, among the most outstanding young people in Zhongzhou state, the only one he could cultivate was Jiang Shangyu. Whether he was to use him to fight against Li Tianlan, Di Jiang, or Wang Shengxiao in the future, Jiang Shangyu seemed to be a little unqualified. His talent was outstanding enough, but in martial arts, pure talent and physique could not determine everything. Jiang Shangyu was not as good as Wang Shengxiao now. The most important thing was that the Jiang family did not have the martial arts inheritance and martial arts concept that had been accumulated for hundreds of years, and was infinitely close to perfection. There was silence in the box. In the somewhat depressing atmosphere, Jiang Shangyu blinked, chuckled, and asked in confusion, "Your Majesty? Would you like to learn swordsmanship from me?" Deity suddenly said. The immortality seal of the purgatory of heaven capital was famous in the dark world. Everyone knew that Deity's weapon was a huge and somewhat exaggerated death scythe. But whether it was the immortality seal or the death scythe, what broke out in the end was sword intent. Only sword intent. It was based on the Li family's 24 moves of sword, and became more subtle. It was Deity's invincible path. Jiang Shangyu froze for a moment. His face showed shock little by little, and finally became ecstatic. "Your Majesty," his voice trembled a little. Before coming here today, he never thought that he would have such an opportunity. He had his own invincible path. If he had Deity's guidance. "You don't want to?" Deity asked with a smile. I do. Jiang Shangyu's expression trembled. He didn't seem to know what to say, so he could only bow deeply. "Do you know why I chose you?" Deity looked at Jiang Shangyu. His eyes were not soft, but calm. "Not only because you are my only choice at the moment, but also because you are ambitious, but you are very clear-headed. Your family is also very clear-headed." It took the Jiang family several generations to climb up generation by generation. It's not easy to get to where it is today. You know what your status means today, and you know the consequences of losing it in your heart. This is the awe in your heart. So you have a request, but it's not a big one. In my opinion, this is stability. I like people who are stable. So again, I look forward to your future in the purgatory of heaven capital. Jiang Shangyu bowed deeply and didn't get up for a long time. Deity reached out his hand. There was sword intent in the air. The sword intent was condensed and heavy. The air in the entire box seemed to solidify. Deity's fingers slid in the air. A faintly discernible line was drawn in the transparent air by the sword intent. Imprinting words and pictures in the void with sword intent was by no means an ordinary means of the invincible realm. When Jiang Shangyu raised his head, deity had already carved a giant tree in the air with sword intent. The giant tree was full of leaves and transparent, but it was faintly shining in the air. The sword energy was extremely dazzling. In my eyes, martial arts is a tree. Decisively and calmly, deity taught Jiang Shangyu the first lesson. The root of the tree is the starting point of martial arts and the foundation. The deeper the root is under the ground, the bigger the tree will be. The 4 realms of martial arts are the trunk, chi-controlling realm, ice-condensing realm, fire-flaming realm, and thunder-shocking realm. The more accumulated, the thicker the trunk will be. In a sense, it can affect the final achievement. Deity looked at the leafy tree in the air. Above the trunk is the canopy. The martial path is very big, and this tree is also very big, so the canopy is very luxuriant. Thousands of branches form the canopy, so in my heart the canopy is the path, and each branch is a different path. Look at this tree. Deity's tone was focused and calm. The trunk is the 4 realms of martial arts, and these different branches represent different heights. The thunder-shocking realm, the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, the half-step invincible realm, the worst invincible realm, the ordinary invincible realm, the slightly worse invincible realm, the stronger invincible realm, the normal invincible realm, the strong invincible realm, the peak of the invincible realm. The road is chosen by oneself. Deity said, each branch that forms the canopy grows upward at the beginning, but for various reasons, in the end, the branches will fall down. Only a few of them can always go up. This is the right way. So in the dark world, most of the half-step invincible realm experts can't enter the real invincible realm. The road has length, and so does the branch. The final height of the branch also means the strength after entering the invincible realm. Here. Deity reached out and pointed. He pointed to the highest point in the book. Looking along his finger, Jiang Shangyu didn't know whether he was pointing at a leaf or a branch, but he was indeed the highest point. There is a saying about the chosen one in the dark world. The chosen one stands in the highest position and has absolute combat capability and dominance. If the chosen one really exists, this is the position of the chosen one. He waved his hand. The air began to fluctuate silently. The lush canopy began to disappear in large swaths. The drooping branches were gone, and the branches that grew horizontally were also disappearing. The branches that were going up but not high enough were also disappearing. In the blink of an eye, only a few tallest branches were left flickering in the air. Deity looked at the picture he had created. His eyes were a little complicated. Jiang Shangyu counted the branches. It was easy to count the branches. 4. 2 of them were in the highest position, and it was hard to tell which one was higher. The other 2 had a difference in height, but it was very small, and they were also in the position closest to the highest. I don't know much about martial arts. I know a little about the 24 moves of sword. Because of the relationship between the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai, I also know a little about the 6 paths of reincarnation. Deity calmly pointed to the lowest of the 4 branches. If the chosen one is at the top, then I should be in this position. Starting from the root, all the way up, this is my path and my current position. The branch that represented his path was really high. It was very close to the top 2 branches that were level with each other. It was even closer to another branch. Jiang Shangyu seemed to feel a little strange. He looked at another branch. The branch that was a little higher than deity and a little lower than the top 2 branches. That is, he asked. That is Wang Tianzong's position. Deity calmly said, our paths are different. My path is truth and darkness. Wang Tianzong's path is illusion and light. There is no difference between the 2 paths. If I hadn't been injured, I could have reached Wang Tianzong's height. What he said could not be considered absolute authority, but it was more credible than most people's. Jiang Shangyu stared at a few branches. His eyes fell on the top 2 branches, and he was thinking about deity's words. The real night. The illusory day. It was extremely pure. So their sword intent would be pure, pure enough to tear everything. Wang Tianzong. Deity. This was already the peak of this era in the dark world. What kind of demeanor does a heaven's favorite have? If the top two branches are the chosen one, can the chosen one walk side by side? Jiang Shangyu asked. That's not the chosen one. It's just the position that the chosen one should be in. That's the end of martial arts. I think I can't get there, so I chose my current path. Wang Tianzong also thinks he can't get there, so he chose his own path. What you mean are two different but somewhat similar paths of the chosen one. What kind of path? Jiang Shangyu asked seriously. You've seen it, Deity said. In the final maneuver, the forever silent world vaguely had the embryonic form of the chosen one's path. Li Tianlan's current sword intent represents a path of the chosen one. Reality and illusion. Deity's path was real and dark. Wang Tianzong's path was illusion and light. The combination of reality and illusion was the real path of the chosen one. Jiang Shangyu suddenly fell silent. He already knew the other path. He smiled bitterly. After a moment of silence, he still asked, in addition to Li Tianlan's path, the other path of the chosen one? Darkness and light, of course, Deity said calmly. It's also day and night. The heavy rain passed through the night and fell in the morning. The rain lessened a little. Deity had left for a long time. Jiang Shangyu sat in the position where Deity had sat all night, looking up at the tree that still existed in the air. The sword intent left by Deity was very faint. The tree also faded a lot. Jiang Shangyu looked at it quietly. His eyes were obscure, with one or countless emotions that were hard to understand. Illusion and light. Reality and darkness. Both could lead to the strongest peak of the invincible realm. Illusion and reality. Day and night. It was the path of the chosen one. Jiang Shangyu closed his eyes silently. The sword stroke of Li Tianlan in the final maneuver reappeared in his mind. The sword was not a sword. It was just a green leaf. But the green leaf was also a sword. Everything was a sword. The green leaf drifted in the domain of nothingness. The world quieted down, shrank, and fell into silence. Mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, cities, tall buildings, everything seemed to disappear completely, become false, and become nothingness. The green leaf drifted, neither fast nor slow. It smashed Gu Hanshan's ninth secluded impasse, Wang Shengxiao's and Song Si's sword light, and his starry sky. The sword intent was still condensed and did not dissipate. It was so real that it seemed to crush everyone's will. Reality and illusion. Reality and illusion. Jiang Shangyu suddenly opened his eyes. Cold sweat had seeped out of his forehead. The cold sweat flowed down his face and fell on his clothes. Jiang Shangyu suddenly burst out laughing. His eyes were distorted, his face ferocious, and his laughter was sad and desperate. The tree in the air was still flashing. No one knew that Jiang Shangyu was not desperate because of Li Tianlan's sword stroke. It was because of something else. Something else. He laughed for a long time, bent over on the sofa, and finally knelt on the ground. He laughed so hard that he could not stand up straight. After a long time, he slowly stood up with his hand on the wall. His fingers touched the button on the wall. Soft music began to play, surrounding the private room. Jiang Shangyu sat back on the sofa, reached out to pour himself a glass of wine, and drank it silently. The wine was good, but it tasted bad. He did not like red wine, and he had never liked it. The tree in the air disappeared. Jiang Shangyu drank the wine in big gulps. His eyes were a little blurred, and he seemed to be drunk. But his heart was calm. He saw the end of martial arts that Deity showed him, saw Deity's path, and even got Deity's sword intent. He needed these very much. But they were not his after all. He had his own path. Jiang Shangyu took a deep breath and thought about Tiannan. He learned swordsmanship from Deity. Deity was his teacher. His teacher wanted him to go to Tiannan, maybe to guard against Dijiang, or against Li Tianlan. But until Deity left, he did not tell Deity about his cooperation with Li Tianlan. Jiang Shangyu finished drinking the red wine, lay on the sofa, and looked at the ceiling with dull eyes. He needed Deity's martial arts. But he really did not like to let Deity be his teacher. He also did not like the swords of the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai. If he and Deity were born in the same era, He firmly believed that he had the capital to compete with deity. Hey he. Jiang Shangyu's eyes were dull and he laughed again. No one knew whether it was a sneer or a drunken laugh. In the hazy and soft music, his drunken murmur was suppressed. I hate God for taking 20 years from me. Mount Dibing. It was drizzling. Beihai province was close to the sea. There was a lot of rain and snow, but it rarely rained heavily. It was often drizzling and raining. The rain began a few days ago and gradually slowed down, but it never stopped. It went through several nights and mornings. According to the weather station, it seemed to last until tomorrow night. In the rainy sky in the early morning, a black Mercedes-Benz slowly drove to the top of Mount Dibing after passing several checkpoints. The Mercedes-Benz came directly to the Emperor Hall, where Wang Tianzong usually lived. At 5 o'clock in the morning. At this time, Wang Tianzong should not have gotten up yet. The door of the Mercedes-Benz opened. Xianming, the chief intelligence officer of the Wang family of Beihai, who had disappeared for a period of time on Mount Dibing, pushed the door and got out of the car with a tired face. At the same time, a middle-aged man about 50 years old followed him out of the car. The middle-aged man was slightly plump, wore a pair of glasses, and was dressed very well. He looked like a successful person who had achieved success and recognition. However, at this time, he stood beside Xianming and looked at the bustling Mount Dibing around, but he seemed a little timid, so that he was somewhat out of tune with the atmosphere on Mount Dibing. Xianming did not care about this. He looked at the closed door of the Emperor Hall, hesitated, and stepped forward to press the doorbell. At the same time he raised his voice and said, "Your Majesty, Xianming wants to see you." His voice was clear and powerful. It passed through the door and resounded in the Emperor Hall. The Emperor Hall was silent for a moment, and the bedroom on the second floor lit up. "What's the matter?" Wang Tianzong's steady voice sounded. "I found something, and I need your Majesty to look at it immediately." Xianming's expression was strange. Thinking of the news, his eyes looked as if he had seen a ghost. "It's about Qin Weibai." A few days ago, Wang Tianzong asked him to investigate Qin Weibai at all costs. Xianming already had the news. It was not fast, but the object of the investigation was the mysterious Qin Weibai, so the speed of getting the news was not slow. But Xianming was not sure whether his investigation was going well. The result of this investigation was simply the weirdest information he had ever received in his life. Xianming himself could not even explain some things. But he must send these things to Wang Tianzong as soon as possible. The door of the Emperor Hall opened slowly. Wang Tianzong, still in pajamas, appeared at the door looking calm. He looked at Xianming, who was travel-worn and bloodshot. His eyes softened a little and he nodded. "Who is this?" His eyes fell on the middle-aged man behind Xianming, with some doubts. In the investigation of Qin Weibai, this is a very key figure. Xianming said. Wang Tianzong said yes and waved his hand. "Come in and talk." Xianming nodded and looked back at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man held a bag tightly in his hand. Xianming's eyes fell on the bag first. In an instant, that strange and inexplicable feeling emerged in his heart again. A refreshing morning breeze blew in front of the Emperor Hall. Xianming's body trembled, and he suddenly felt that the midsummer morning was very cold. There should be one more chapter before I enter Eastern Europe. I often write things from the perspective of the protagonist. This is a bad habit. But in the environment of special warfare, before the protagonist plays an important role, God and the Sword Emperor can actually represent the main line. But it should not be like this next time. 8,500 word chapters, you know. Chapter 406. There were accidents in everything. There were big and small accidents. Obviously, His Majesty or His Highness, who couldn't meet deity because of an accident, had a big accident. So that when Luxing Songchuan, the sword sage in East Island, received his video call, he could intuitively feel his hidden irritation. When the video call lit up, Luxing Songchuan just finished his meditation. East Island had been very lively in the past 3 years. The impact of the final battle of Heaven Capital had not completely disappeared. In some aspects, it could even be said that there were still people crying. The rise of the Purgatory of Heaven capital and the demise of Liuhua Palace indirectly led to the rise and fall of some wealthy families in East Island. The Shinto suffered heavy losses in East Island. The upheaval of the superstructure directly threatened the current system, and countless politicians and ministers stepped down. At the beginning, the final battle of Heaven capital was just a conflict in the dark world, but then it swept the whole world in a very short time. The financial war led by Zhongzhou state, together with several European and American countries and wealthy families, was still the most shocking wound on East Island. In 3 years, the currency of East Island appreciated nearly 6 times, which not only meant that the wealth accumulated by East Island for decades was plundered by major countries and funds, but also meant that the overall economic order of East Island was completely chaotic. Under the influence of the financial war, the whole East Island was struggling to survive in the shadow of tragedy. The collapse of the economic order had become the most serious social problem, and the crime rate kept rising. This once known as the second economic power in Asia fell into a quagmire, and fell into the abyss under the impact of money. The whole country seemed to be struggling in a huge mud, but at a loss. As for the special warfare system and the dark world of East Island, the past 3 years were the process of the game between the Purgatory of Heaven capital, Wuji Palace, and Jifeng Sword Raining School. Mai Shiranui, the Holy Virgin of Liuhua Palace, joined the Purgatory of Heaven capital, and the Purgatory of Heaven capital naturally accepted the power of Liuhua Palace. From the very beginning, they had a deep foundation, and the royal family did not have any defense against this superpower that suddenly rose. On the contrary, they gave a lot of support. Under such circumstances, even if Wuji Palace and Jifeng Sword Raining School joined hands, they still struggled in the game with the Purgatory of Heaven capital. Moreover, there were grievances between Wuji Palace and Jifeng Sword Raining School. Most of the time, the members of the Jifeng Sword Raining School were more willing to treat the Limitless Palace's palace master, Tianhai Wuji, as an abandoned disciple of the Jifeng Sword Raining School. But as the oldest holy land of swordsmanship in East Island, in the last 3 years, Jifeng Sword Raining School had long lost its glory as a holy land of swordsmanship. The reason was actually very simple. Among the 3 invincible realm experts in East Island, Luxing Songchuan, the master of Jifeng Sword Raining School and the Sage of Sword, was the weakest. In the last divine and holy lists, Luxing Songchuan ranked second on the holy and holy list, and he didn't even get on the divine list. His strength was a far cry from God's. Even compared to Tianhai Wuji, there was still a gap. Therefore, for the Jifeng Sword Raining School, the past 3 years had been 3 years of silence and humiliation. This was also the reason why he decided to become a disciple. It was very humiliating for an invincible realm expert to willingly crawl at the feet of others. Luxing Songchuan also had the dignity of the invincible realm. He also felt humiliated. But as the leader of the Jifeng Sword Raining School, if he could use this humiliation to prop up the glory of the Jifeng Sword Raining School, he was willing. This mysterious His Majesty could give him a lot of things. For example, the realm after the highest kendo of the Jifeng Sword Raining School. For example, the past grievances of the Jifeng Sword Raining School. For example, a good enough and absolutely feasible prospect. Another example would be some secretive but powerful partners. Luxing Songchuan marveled at everything about the other party. That was the power that was enough to control his fate. This kind of power, no matter who held it, could make Luxing Songchuan bow his head. Therefore, in the residence of the leader of the Jifeng Sword Raining School, Luxing Songchuan did not hesitate to connect the video as soon as he saw the video communication. It was dark and silent in the video. The camera on the opposite side seemed to be unintentionally blocked, so Luxing Songchuan could not see everything on the opposite side. But his figure was very clear in the video. Therefore, he bent down respectfully, bowed deeply, and said meticulously, "Your Highness." In the dark screen, the man responded, but his voice was suffocating. "I've talked to God," he said faintly. His voice was slow, a little hoarse, and almost cold out of control. "He refused your request?" Luxing Songchuan frowned unconsciously. This question was very important to him. The meeting between God and His Highness was his matchmaking. If the two sides could not cooperate, His life in East Island would undoubtedly be more difficult. Lu Xingtsangquan could not figure out why the other party refused. He just didn't agree. His Highness took several deep breaths. His negative emotions seemed to be a little out of control, and he kept inhaling, which sounded like he was crying. He has concerns. He doesn't trust me. Or am I that scary? Shower. Lu Xingtsangquan was the sword sage of East Island, the leader of the Jifeng sword training school. But for him he was just a disciple. The second disciple. It was okay to call him Shower. Lu Xingtsangquan did not think there was any problem, so he smiled and said sincerely, "Everything you have is awesome. He should trust me." His Highness was silent for a while and said calmly, "He should trust me. On the matter of Eastern Europe, we have the same position. He should trust me." "Do you need me to do anything?" Lu Xingtsangquan asked. He knew that what he asked was nonsense, but sometimes nonsense was also a kind of attitude. If His Highness had no order, he would not open this video call with him. "I may try to persuade him, let him." "What's the use of persuasion?" His Highness interrupted him. He was silent for a while and said calmly, "You said that in the final battle of Heaven Capital 3 years ago, one of God's sons died?" Lu Xingtsangquan froze for a moment. "Is the news reliable?" His Highness asked. Lu Xingtsangquan thought about it seriously. "It should be reliable. Of course, there has been no specific news from the Purgatory of Heaven Capital. But after the final battle of Heaven Capital, the Purgatory of Heaven Capital, together with the royal family, used the resources of the government, and did investigate some things in Ninghu. The investigation was very detailed. It seemed that in the days of the final battle, a young man died. From some hidden channels, I got the news that the man should be the son of God," he said in a very cautious tone. "Whoa." His Highness's tone was a little weird, like crying and laughing. "Who died?" "I don't know his name," Lu Xingtsangquan said. "God can't find anything," His Highness said calmly. Lu Xingtsangquan smiled and nodded. "From the information I received, it seems that the other party did not get any valuable clues." His Highness was silent. The silence became very long, perhaps even a very long time. The other side of the screen was still dark and silent. Lu Xingtsangquan waited silently, wondering if His Highness had fallen asleep. Time passed slowly. At a certain moment, Lu Xingtsangquan finally couldn't help but whisper, "Your Highness, do you know who killed Huawu's son?" "I know," His Highness said calmly, "but I'm hesitant to say it." Lu Xingtsangquan was a little excited. "If you can provide this news to the Purgatory of Heaven Capital, our cooperation with the Purgatory of Heaven Capital will become very stable." Silence. Another long silence ensued. His Highness's silence was a test of patience. Just when Lu Xingtsangquan was a little helpless, His Highness took a deep breath and whispered, "Indeed. But I have no evidence," he said. "The truth doesn't need evidence, especially for the dark world," Lu Xingtsangquan said meaningfully. He was really looking forward to the cooperation between His Highness and the Purgatory of Heaven Capital. In other words, he was looking forward to the scene of His Highness ruling the world in the future. At that time, Jifeng Sword Training School would also shine. The cooperation with the Purgatory of Heaven Capital was a very important step. Lu Xingtsangquan wanted to make it happen. "That's why I can't say it," His Highness whispered. Lu Xingtsangquan raised his eyebrows in confusion. There was no logical relationship in this sentence. If Huawu died, the son of deity, do you know who is the most suspicious? His Highness laughed softly. Lu Xingtsangquan did not speak and listened quietly. "One is Qin Weibai, and the other is me." Deity's tone was a little complicated. "At this stage only I or Qin Weibai, or only we can do it, are obsessed with killing Huawu." "But I didn't kill Huawu," His Highness said calmly. "So it's Qin Weibai, and it can only be Qin Weibai." Then, Lu Xingtsangquan looked at the screen. "Why can't Your Highness say it?" "It's not that I can't say it, but it's risky to say it. I can tell deity, but I'm not sure if deity will believe it. If he doesn't believe it, he will naturally suspect me," His Highness said. "In fact, it won't be a big problem, Your Highness." If we haven't done it, we can always explain it clearly. Lushing Songchuan tried to follow Deity's thinking. It's true, so Deity doesn't need to be afraid. Even if I can't explain it clearly, he won't know who I am. Deity laughed, and his tone was a little cold. But Qin Weibai will know. I provided the news of Huawu, and Qin Weibai can at least determine a general range to find me in this range. I don't have the confidence to deliberately hide absolutely. So the problem is that as long as Qin Weibai dies, no one will find out who I am. But if Qin Weibai doesn't die, I dare not tell Deity the news of Huawu. But if I don't tell Deity this news, Deity will have concerns about the cooperation with me. Once there are concerns, that woman may not die. If she doesn't die, I will be exposed. What do you think I should do now? His voice was steady and gentle, and he sounded extremely serious. Lushing Songchuan didn't know if he understood the cause and effect in it, but he understood the situation. I see, he said. Oh. His Highness smiled and said nothing. I will let Jifeng Sword Raining School release some news. Lushing Songchuan said. Jifeng Sword Raining School is the local holy land of East Island. Deity knows that I am your follower. I will investigate this matter and release the news. Even if Deity and Qin Weibai suspect you, they can't be sure. They should think that we want to cooperate with Deity to investigate. We can fabricate some evidence and give it to the Purgatory of Heaven Capital. I will handle this aspect. Deity is not easy to deceive or persuade. His Highness said blandly. Any invincible realm expert was not easy to deceive or persuade. The invincible realm always started from the weakest chi-controlling realm, and created a straight path to the peak. Therefore, any invincible realm expert was not a fool. At least in terms of thinking and logic, they were absolutely sharp. The thinking and logic of martial arts were often useful in the general trend. The most rigorous logic usually meant the keenest insight. I will take good care of it. Lushing Songchuan said calmly. His Highness pondered and nodded. That's it. Actually. He hesitated for a moment. Lushing Songchuan said softly. Your Highness, I personally think that at this time, we may tentatively contact the Wang family of Beihai. Their value is above the Purgatory of Heaven Capital. Wang Tianzong? His Highness smiled and said simply, no. Why not? Lushing Songchuan asked. Beihai province is geographically very close to Eastern Europe. In fact, in the chaos of Eastern Europe, Beihai province is the most concerned point of all the superpowers. Wang Tianzong needs to consider a lot of things, and Wang Tianzong has his own position. We don't need to contact him. The result we pursue is actually the same. If we go to him at this time, he will doubt, investigate, and distract the energy and strength of the Wang family of Beihai. We can't affect Wang Tianzong. If we go to him now. His Highness smiled. Do you think he doesn't think enough and is not chaotic enough? Baiyu country was not large. It was not large compared to the territory of Snow Country of tens of millions of square kilometers. In fact, looking at Eastern Europe and even the whole Europe, Baiyu country could not be regarded as a particularly small country. Among the Eastern European countries, in terms of comprehensive strength, Baiyu country should be second only to Snow Country. So Baiyu country was very strong. But the Qin family of Baiyu country was stronger. This was the top wealthy family in Eastern Europe. Even in the whole world, it was a super wealthy family in the first line. The influence of the Qin family was not limited to Baiyu country, but radiated throughout Europe. The main industries of the family were concentrated in the fields of media, pharmaceuticals, shipping, and oil. As far as Baiyu country was concerned, the strongest industry of the Qin family had almost reached a monopoly position in Baiyu country. Behind it, the Qin family was the leading arms dealer in all of Europe and one of the strongest arms giants. This behemoth entrenched in Eastern Europe was a real local snake. In fact, in the chaos in Eastern Europe, the superpowers in the dark world who were involved in the chaos wanted the support of super wealthy families like the Qin family, Morton, and Violet family the most. This could almost be a guarantee for them to be invincible in the chaos of Eastern Europe. The helicopter entered the border of Baiyu country directly from the sky of Snow Country. Qin Weibai sat elegantly and calmly in the cabin, turned his head to look at the mountains and cities below, and thought about the next meeting in silence. The Qin family was very strong. The old fox of the Qin family was even more astute and astute. Qin Weibai did not have much contact with the Qin family in Eastern Europe. But in recent years, the cooperation between the two sides had never been interrupted, and they had always maintained a win-win relationship. This time, the cooperation with the Qin family might be the biggest gamble since the establishment of the cooperation relationship between the two sides. The old fox of the Qin family had made up his mind, but no one knew what decision he would make. The phone vibrated in her pocket. Qin Weibai took out the phone and looked at the text message on the phone. The Holy Disarmament Corps and Holy Punishment Priests of the Vatican officially entered Eastern Europe. He narrowed his eyes and thought of the unfathomable Pope in the Holy Land. This was the power of the Vatican. Although Knights Templars united with the Jiang family of South America to destroy the largest group of elites of Samsara Palace in Eastern Europe. But Knights Templars was Knights Templars. It could not represent the Vatican. However, the Vatican could represent Knights Templars. This power might become an important bargaining chip to force the Qin family to take a stand. Qin Weibai thought quietly. Outside the cabin, the sunlight fell on her through the window. Bathed in a soft halo, she was motionless. She was as beautiful as an unreal cloud. Qin Weiyin sat opposite Qin Weibai and looked at Qin Weibai carefully, but worshipfully. For the sister she had recognized in Europe a few years ago, in addition to worship, there was only a kind of almost fanatical, a worship. She was indeed born in the Qin family in Eastern Europe, but strictly speaking, she was not a top socialite in Eastern Europe. She was not from the direct line of descent, but a branch of the Qin family, and it was not a very strong branch. Her status in the Qin family was ordinary. However, in recent years, because of the relationship between Qin Weibai and Samsara Palace, the branch of Qin Weiyin's family had gradually been valued, and had some right to speak that they had not dared to imagine before. Qin Weiyin wanted to be a woman like Qin Weibai. Mysterious, perfect, elegant, calm, cold, arrogant, and superior. But she took it for granted to maintain her majesty. For Qin Weiyin, this was the most perfect woman. What are you looking at? Qin Weibai suddenly glanced at her and asked. Sister, you're really beautiful. Qin Weibai said softly, as if she was murmuring to herself. Qin Weibai smiled and reached out to touch Qin Weiyin's head. Qin Weiyin's face, which was as pure as water, turned red. She hesitated and asked a question she would ask every time they met. Sister, why are you called Qin Weibai? Qin Weibai tilted her head and looked at her. She thought for a moment and then smiled. Her smile was very casual, as if she was relieved after thinking. That smile was very beautiful. No matter how you looked at it, it was beautiful. Because your name is Qin Weiyin. The phone rang before Qin Weiyin spoke. Qin Weibai took out her phone and glanced at it. She raised her eyebrows slightly and answered the phone. Sir? Her tone was a little surprised. She had just boarded the plane and had not arrived at the Qin family yet. She did not know why Lin Fengting called. I got some news here. On the phone, Lin Fengting said in a low voice. Qin Weibai did not speak and listened quietly. The Wang family of Beihai, Tianzong seems to be investigating your background. Xianming went to the southwest in person. Kunlun City, the Prince Group, and the Wang family of Beihai worked together to investigate. It is said that Xianming has found something. At this time it should have been sent to Mount Dibing. Qin Weibai blinked her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered. Her eyes were bright, with a very rational light. She nodded and thought for a moment. They should find a doctor. A hospital. There won't be anything else. You, Lin Fengting hesitated. A very subtle feeling rose from his heart. For a moment, he could not even be sure of his feelings. Obviously, Qin Weibai had expected such an investigation. Not only had she expected it, she could even tell what the other party would find out. But she did not destroy those things. If it was not too late, it could only mean that Qin Weibai had prepared for it. So what on earth did she prepare? What was the point of preparing these things? Now that the two sides were in the same position, Lin Yuxian asked directly. Did you prepare in advance? If I didn't prepare, how could they find the doctor? Qin Weibai said softly. Many people know that I came from a small mountain village in the southwest. The southwest is relatively backward. In many places, the household registration problem is unclear. After so many years, if I don't take the initiative to provide something, let alone the joint investigation of the three groups, even the whole Zhongzhou state, what can they find out? In fact, you are wrong. It is not Xianming who found something, but the intelligence took the initiative to find him. Lin Fengting was silent for a while. Obviously, he was digesting the news that Qin Weibai said. After a while he continued to ask, in this case, did you provide this information to the Wang family of Beihai? What kind of information is it? It's meaningless information. Qin Weibai shook her head. I just made a casual remark at the beginning. I didn't expect to use it now. The information is true, but it is meaningless. But for the Wang family of Beihai, it is very important. So as long as Wang Tianzong gets the news, he will think. Sir, I have my eyes on the whole dark world, but the most attention is still on the Wang family of Beihai. Wang Tianzong is too strong. I have to give him new questions one after another. Useful information, useless news. I will throw it to him as much as I can. My goal is to make him think. Before anything happens, no one can tell if the information is useful or not. The more he thinks, the more confused he will be. As long as he is confused, I might be able to find an opportunity. Qin Weibai looked out of the window and whispered, this is just the beginning. The sky in Beihai province was getting brighter. The rain outside the window was getting heavier. Xianming followed Wang Tianzong and entered Emperor Hall with the middle-aged man beside him. The decoration of Emperor Hall was very luxurious, but the biggest feeling it gave people was majesty and oppression. Especially the Black Main Hall, which was wide and grand, seemed to be full of oppressive power that made people breathless in silence. The middle-aged man sat on the sofa, trembling, and tightly held a bag in his hand. Wang Tianzong sat opposite Xianming, lit a cigarette, and took a deep breath. Say it. In the faint smoke, Wang Tianzong looked at Xianming and said in a calm voice. Xianming opened his mouth, but suddenly he didn't know where to start. On the way from the southwest to Beihai province, he thought too much in his mind and organized a lot of words. But in the face of Wang Tianzong, suddenly he couldn't say a word. He thought about the results of his inadvertent investigation. That kind of horrible and strange information hit his whole consciousness, and he didn't know where to start. Xianming thought for a while, picked up the cigarette box in front of Wang Tianzong, and lit a cigarette for himself. This is Dean Sunday slowly, Xianming said in a low voice. Your Majesty, Dean Sun is a doctor in a private hospital in Shuzhong. Wang Tianzong nodded. Shuzhong was located in the inland at the junction of Tianfu and Qinzhou province. Compared with developed cities, its development speed was slower. During the days when Xianming investigated Qin Weibai, he always kept in touch with him. The three groups worked together and finally determined the place where Qin Weibai first appeared. If there was no accident, it should be near Shuzhong. At the beginning, we visited some mountain villages in Shuzhong, but found nothing. But in the process of investigation, we conducted a joint investigation. Some people from Kunlun City and the Prince Group also appeared. The people were mixed together, and it was inevitable that there would be conflicts. Xianming glanced at Wang Tianzong. When the second team was investigating, our people had a conflict with the elites of Kunlun City and fought with them. We didn't suffer losses, but we injured several brothers. 2 of our brothers were seriously injured, so I arranged for them to stay in Dean Sun's hospital. Wang Tianzong listened quietly. Dean Sun's private hospital often receives some special patients, so he accepted our people happily. But after checking their injuries and wounds, that night, there was obvious fear and confusion in Xianming's eyes. He swallowed hard. His voice was dry as he said, that night, the director called me into his office and took out a very old medical record. Wang Tianzong frowned. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. He subconsciously glanced at Dean Sun, who was sweating profusely. The medical records were from a long time ago. Director Sun took the medical records and asked me if I was a martial arts master. Xianming's tone was full of absurdity. He said that he had a medical record here, which he had come into contact with when he was young. He said that the wounds on the wounded were extremely special. Xianming's words were incoherent. He suddenly shook his head. He took out the bag from Dr. Sun's hand and handed it to Wang Tianzong. At the same time, he glanced at Executive Sun and said, "You tell him." "Ah." Dean Sun opened his mouth and stammered. However, he had communicated with Xianming several times on the way here, so he knew what to say. About 20 years ago. Because of nervousness, Dean Sun's face became a little pale, and he spoke a little reluctantly. "That year, my wife and I had just gotten married, and we opened a private hospital." His tone was short and dry. In the winter of that year, it snowed heavily, and there were few people in the hospital. My wife and I were on duty in the hospital. When the spring festival was approaching, he said in a confused tone. There were no patients that night, but when it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, several monks came to the hospital. "Monks?" Wang Tianzong asked. "Monks." Dean Sun nodded. "A middle-aged monk, and two relatively young monks. They seemed to be master and apprentice. The monk in the middle was holding a little girl in his arms. His tone was strange. The little girl was about 5 or 6 years old, or maybe 6 or 7 years old. She was covered with blood and wore a big red dress. She was seriously injured and looked like she was about to die." Wang Tianzong glanced at Xianming. Xianming nodded and said, "Great Master Wu Wei adopted Qin Weibai. That should be the first time he saw Qin Weibai." "Go on." Wang Tianzong looked at Dean Sun and nodded. "At that time, the little girl was seriously injured, but she was very sober. She was about 5 or 6 years old. The big monk begged me to save her, but the little girl kept struggling and said no. She also asked the big monk to kill me and my wife, saying that I owed him a favor or something. At that time, she was bleeding a lot and bleeding on the ground. She was injured all over. Later, the big monk knocked her out, and then we took her to the emergency room. It was the first time I saw that kind of wounded person. Her injury was very strange, too strange. She was the strangest wounded person I have ever met, so I have kept this medical record. It's hard for me to imagine who would be so crazy to kill a child. I also wonder why the child could still be alive. It's so strange. It shouldn't be." Dean Sun muttered to himself. "She was insane. Killing." Wang Tianzong narrowed his eyes. "Your Majesty, you'd better look at these photos," Xianming suddenly said. "He took them that year, and there are X-rays." Wang Tianzong raised his eyebrows and reached out to pour out the things in the bag. One photo after another appeared in front of him, as well as an X-ray from more than 20 years ago. Wang Tianzong picked up one at random. It seemed to be the back of the little girl in the photo, but he couldn't be sure. In the whole photo, the little girl's skin could not be seen at all, and there were bloody wounds everywhere. Huge, bone-deep wounds crisscrossed in the blood. This was indeed the cruelest form of torture. The killer had no idea how many slashes he had made on the little girl's back. Dozens, hundreds of slashes. Blood spread out on the photo. Wounds were everywhere, densely packed, and it seemed like there was no end to them. Wang Tianzong picked up another photo. This time it looked like arms and legs, very delicate, but there were still countless wounds everywhere. Many of the wounds had turned over the flesh, and they were frozen stiff and pale. Wang Tianzong looked at the photo slowly. His movements became slower and slower, stiff and sluggish. He didn't know when his breathing had started to quicken. Even his usually calm gaze was filled with clear shock and disbelief. Wang Tianzong even felt that he was dreaming. He couldn't believe what he had seen. Finally, he picked up the X-ray. His palms were shaking violently. The X-ray was very clear, but Wang Tianzong was not a doctor, so he couldn't see anything. Here, these points are all wounds. The bones have been completely cracked, and the internal organs have been bleeding. We have confirmed that the girl should be Qin Weibai. At that time, almost every bone in Qin Weibai's body was broken. Her internal organs were almost completely collapsed, and her muscles and blood vessels were completely torn. As for her body, there were at least more than 500 sword wounds. He looked at Wang Tianzong with strange and fearful eyes. "What do you want to say?" Wang Tianzong said in a deep voice. This is not a cruel killing, but it is also a cruel killing. Xian Ming took a deep breath. It was true that someone was torturing Qin Weibai in the cruelest way, but they didn't kill her immediately. Instead, they threw her into the snow in winter, wanting her to freeze to death at the most painful time. Your Majesty, more than 500 wounds are all sword wounds. Such sword intent. Xian Ming opened his mouth and tried hard to say, I seem to know it. Wang Tianzong's body shook and he was silent. I know it too, he said slowly. There were many kinds of sword intent in the world. More than 500 wounds on Qin Weibai's body were caused by different sword intent, but it was also a sword. This sword contained several different kinds of sword intent, so a large amount of sword energy tore all her flesh and blood in an instant, destroyed her internal organs, and gave her the most insane torture. What kind of deep hatred was contained in this sword? And with the power of this sword, it was enough to kill Qin Weibai dozens of times. But Qin Weibai was still alive in the end. This kind of exquisite control. Wang Tianzong looked at these photos without saying a word. His palms were a little trembling. Xian Ming knew the sword intent in the photos. Wang Tianzong naturally knew it through these wounds. The countless fine wounds on Qin Weibai's back were the traces of the deceitful Taoist sword. The wounds on her spine that almost tore her body apart were the traces of the sword of Emperor Path. The sword energy tore her body, tore her bones and muscles. This was the domineering Taoist sword. The wounds that almost crippled her limbs came from the sword of Emperor Path. Her internal organs were injured at the same time, leaving an almost incurable hidden danger inside her body. Those were the traces of the sword of Divine Path, and the sword of Divine Path. But this was just a sword. It repeated and reincarnated. This sword was the world-shaking unique skill that the Wang family of Beihai had used to look down on the dark world for hundreds of years. It was also their strongest sword. The sword of 6 paths of reincarnation. And this sword was used on a little girl back then. And it was to torture and kill. It was so absurd and so real. Wang Tianzong even had difficulty breathing for a while. What made him even more incredulous was how did this sword come out? Who did it? I can't do this. Wang Tianzong suddenly said. Even if I break through now, I can't do this. Even if I completely break through the invincible realm, I can't do it. The sword energy of this sword was extremely strong. If it was Wang Tianzong, he could make the sword energy stronger and more majestic. But such a sword fell on a child and seriously injured her, but did not die. This was no longer a matter of control, nor was it a matter of the so-called peak of the invincible realm, and the chosen one. No one could do this. Wang Tianzong couldn't do it. Even the ancestors of the Wang family of Beihai, who created the 6 paths of reincarnation hundreds of years ago, couldn't do it. It was impossible to do it. There was no possibility at all. But this sword was imprinted in the photos at this time, and appeared in front of Wang Tianzong. This was the weirdest thing. It could even be said to be the most supernatural thing. Chapter 407. It was August 6th. Yuzhou was hot. The blazing sun shone on every corner of Yuzhou, and the whole Yuzhou was immersed in a suffocating heat. In a closed private club inside the Forbidden City, Li Tianlan drank the special iced tea provided by the club, picked up a pen, and signed his name on the last contract in front of him. The club was called Chang'an. In Yuzhou, where celebrities were everywhere, there were countless private clubs of all sizes. The Chang'an club inside the Forbidden City seemed inconspicuous. In terms of history, it was not as long as the Great Wall Club supported by the Prince Group. In terms of political atmosphere, it was not as good as the Lama Temple supported by the Southeast Group. In terms of international atmosphere, it was not as good as the beautiful land where the wealthy gathered. In terms of pleasure, it was not as good as the Heavenly Earth. It was not comparable to the Black Flag Club, which was full of stars and blood. But the Chang'an Club was the most luxurious club in Yuzhou and even the whole Zhongzhou state. The Chang'an Club had been established for less than 10 years, and less than 100 membership cards had been issued so far. To some extent, the membership card of the Chang'an Club was not something that could prove one's identity in the upper class. and the less than 100 members in the Chang and club did not value it either. What they valued were certain channels provided by the Chang and club. The Chang and club was really not big or famous, but it was very special. In Zhongzhou State, it was the only club that was at ease among the 6 groups, and it had the support of more than one heavyweight in the 6 groups. Zhou Yinhai, director of the North Group. Wu Qiuyang, minister of the academics. Qi Beizong, the former flag leader of the Special Warfare Group and the current top boss of Zhongzhou State. Secretary General Wu Shijiang of the Army Headquarters. Tang Xiaoshan, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Southeast Group. Cheng Wendao, the Vice President of Zhongzhou State of the Academics. The first membership cards issued by the Chang and club were all extremely prominent names. Senior officials of Zhongzhou State. Patriarchs of wealthy families, dark forces, martial arts forces, iron-blooded generals. Everything was there. The membership card of the Chang and club was indeed not something that could prove one's identity. But the people who could have the membership card of the Chang and club had already passed the stage of needing something to prove their identity. Since its establishment, the Chang and club had always played its role in silence. The disputes and games under the table of the 6 groups of Zhongzhou State, the negotiations and compromises, the cooperation and transactions between the wealthy families, the promotion of wealth and power, the blood caused by the darkness and martial arts. Terrifying, hidden, low-key, efficient, shocking. In the past 10 years, the Chang and club was like a pair of eyes, silently watching everything that happened here. As long as the transactions that happened here were slightly publicized, it would be an unimaginable fortune. Compared to wealth, it was more important to be trusted by the core figures of the 6 major corporations at the same time. A force that could be accepted by everyone at the same time would either be above everyone else, or would be considered harmless by everyone else. Being harmless also meant being neutral. Chang and club was the largest neutral club. In the past 10 years, it had belonged to the Han family, the largest neutral wealthy family in Zhongzhou State. The moment Li Tianlan signed his name, this place also belonged to Li Tianlan. In other words, part of it belonged to Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan got some shares here, not much, just 5%. However, this kind of shares with almost no dividends was meaningless in terms of wealth. Being able to access the club's intelligence as a shareholder was the real priceless thing. In addition to the 5% shares of the Chang and club, Li Tianlan also received nearly 8 billion in investment. And the detailed investment plan of the Flourishing Age Fund in the future. But he paid very little for it, or it could be said to be a lot. 20% of the future interests of the East Emperor Palace. This price could be said to be heavy or light. What he bet on was the future prospects of the East Emperor Palace, and the confidence of both the investor and the invested party. If the East Emperor Palace could not develop in the future, or even died young, the investment of the Flourishing Age Fund would undoubtedly be a big loss. But if Li Tianlan really broke through the obstacles, and the Li family returned to Zhongzhou State, or even swept the entire dark world, the 20% interests of the East Emperor Palace was almost unimaginable. This was the second time that the Flourishing Age Fund had invested in the East Emperor Palace. Even if the shares of the Chang and club were not included, the amount of the 2 investments had already reached 10 billion. If the East Emperor Palace developed smoothly, in the follow-up detailed investment plan, the Flourishing Age Fund would provide the East Emperor Palace with no less than 100 billion, and some needed help. Of course, the premise of all this was that the East Emperor Palace had a bright future, and could continue to grow. At this stage, in terms of funds, the East Emperor Palace, which had a huge investment, had a good starting point. With money, they could naturally lay a big foundation in Tiannan. From the beginning to the development conditions, the East Emperor Palace had already met 20% interests in the future. Li Tianlan didn't think it was a bad deal. The Flourishing Age Fund valued the potential of the East Emperor Palace, and Li Tianlan also valued the Han family's transcendent position in Zhongzhou State. For some things, the Dongqing clan with a clear position could not come forward, but the Han family might be able to solve them. Li Tianlan put away the contract in front of him, and still looked calm. On the eve of his departure for Eastern Europe, it was a happy thing to be able to further cooperate with the Han family. Happy cooperation. Li Tianlan nodded and said. Opposite him, Han Donglu, the patriarch of the Han family, coughed and said with a smile, "When will we leave?" "Everything is settled. If there are no accidents, we will leave tonight," Li Tianlan said lightly. In order to finalize the investment, Han Donglu personally flew from Huading to Yuzhou to meet him. Not to mention his sincerity, the other party dared to pay before the end of the chaos in Eastern Europe. Even Li Tianlan had to admit Han Donglu's courage in investment. "You should have waited." Li Tianlan lit a cigarette and took a drag. "After I came back from Eastern Europe, wouldn't it be safer for you to invest?" "Safer?" Han Donglu couldn't help laughing. "If I pursued stability, I would be in the industry. How can there be absolute stability in the industry I am in? In the industry we are in, no matter how cautious we are in advance, how comprehensive the analysis is, and how well prepared we are, once we start it looks like a gamble. How can there be stability? What I want is profit, not stability. Of course, if you tell me that when you come back from Eastern Europe, I can still get 20% of the East Emperor Palace's interest with my current investment quota, then I will definitely wait. The question is, do you agree?" "Of course not." Li Tianlan laughed. The current situation was unclear, and the risk of the trip to Eastern Europe was huge. At this time, if Han Donglu paid for 20% of the East Emperor Palace's interest, no one would suffer a loss. But if Li Tianlan didn't die in Eastern Europe and return victorious, then both Li Tianlan and the East Emperor Palace would have a different value. Li Tianlan could still take out 20% of the shares, but if Han Donglu wanted to hold it in his hand, it would be at a different price. So after my team's analysis, we agreed that investing in the East Emperor Palace is the best choice. I know the current situation. You have a good set of cards in your hand. If you play them well, you may win. If I invest now, as long as you can come back alive, I will make a profit. If you die, I will just lose an investment. Although the amount will be large, there will also be an opportunity in Zhongzhou State at that time. I can get back the loss with interest. Han Donglu's eyes were clear and frank. Looking at Li Tianlan's eyes that suddenly sharpened, he smiled and shook his head. "Don't look at me like that. I'm just telling the truth, although it's not pleasant to hear. Tell me something you like to hear. Since I chose to invest at this time, I have confidence in you." I often tell the elites of the Flourishing Age Fund that you can doubt everything in finance and investment, but you can't doubt your own vision and confidence the most. Doubt will lead to hesitation. If you hesitate, you will have concerns. The more you hesitate, the more concerns you have. In the end, you will be wishy-washy. 9 out of 10, you will lose money. Tianlan, you have a strong force in your hands now. In the chaos of Eastern Europe, not to mention victory, as long as you are not stupid, you will definitely have a chance to protect yourself. The Flourishing Age Fund's requirement for you is not victory. As long as you come back alive, even if you have no achievements, it will be a victory. Whether it is Old Gu or Tianzong, they pushed you to this position not to prevent you from making achievements, but to make it clear that they want to kill you. If you don't die, when you return to Zhongzhou State, the East Emperor Palace will definitely have a strong momentum. My investment is equivalent to getting back the cost. You have so many trump cards now. I think it should not be difficult for you to protect yourself. As for the timing of the investment, of course there are risks. It's not that no one has advised me, nor that I am domineering. It's just that the reasons to persuade me are not enough to persuade me to change my mind. You are now facing great difficulties and life and death crises. But the problem is your future path. Before you reach the peak, you will constantly encounter life and death crises all the way. This time you are in danger in Eastern Europe, so I won't invest. But what if you come back? Let's not talk about my loss. After you come back, the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City will certainly not let you go. Their means against you will be more and more intense. This time I won't invest. Should I wait for the next time? What if you are in more danger next time? Should I invest or not? Don't you hesitate? I hate hesitation. If I hesitate, there is the possibility of giving up. And I don't like to give up. Many investors have given up some opportunities to strengthen themselves because of hesitation. Of course, more people have avoided failure because of the same hesitation. Facts seem to prove that their vision is right. Because those they gave up because of hesitation at the beginning all failed and lost money later, so they think that their vision is very high and they are complacent. But in my opinion, those are all idiots. They didn't invest. In the end, they saw the failure of a project and were glad that they avoided losses. But they didn't think that if they had participated in the investment, maybe a project wouldn't have failed. Instead, they would have seen more opportunities. What is the peak? After all, it is false to reach the peak by one's own strength. Even fairy tales dare not write it like this. The real peak has always been reached by a group of people supporting each other. Tianlan, you and I are cooperating now. Before your potential disappears, you don't have to worry about my sincerity. I am very interested in the 20% interest of the East Emperor Palace in the future. At present, there is no bargaining chip that can make me lose this interest. Some people in Zhongzhou State have already said that you are the chosen one. With your current achievements, you deserve the title of the chosen one. If one day you become a real chosen one, I can't imagine how much your power will expand. For example, the Wang family of Beihai, their ancestors used to be the chosen one. After hundreds of years and 9 consecutive generations, they can still be regarded as the strongest force in the dark world. I also can't imagine their expansion and status at their peak. If you reach that height in the future, the 20% interest of the East Emperor Palace may be 3 flourishing age funds, 5, or even 10 flourishing age funds. With such great interest and enough hope, of course, I am willing to support you. Not only me, but many people are willing to support you. But it is the most correct for you to choose me and I to choose you. In Zhongzhou State, in terms of economic strength, especially cash, even the Wang family of Beihai dare not easily say that they are stronger than me. The Flourishing Age Fund is rich and crazy enough. If you can prove your value, I dare to pay for your value. If you don't invest now and hesitate, when you reach the peak or near the peak, the investment will be meaningless. At that time, you probably won't release 2% of the shares, let alone 20%. He paused, looked at the calm and peaceful Li Tianlan, and said with a smile, and even if my investment fails, the Han family's foundation is there. Even if Kunlun City and the Wang family of Beihai have 3 heads and 6 arms, can they tear me apart? I am not as strong as them, but I have cooperation with them. If the Flourishing Age Fund suddenly collapses, not to mention me, they will first suffer a heavy loss. Li Tianlan was silent for a long time. Han Donglu, who always said one thing and did not talk nonsense, also looked at Li Tianlan for a long time. His eyes were playful, thoughtful, and expectant. He had seen Li Tianlan a few days ago in the Sky Academy. Today, when he saw him again, Li Tianlan gave him a completely different feeling. That was not a completely different person after the transformation of power. But at this time, compared with a few days ago, Li Tianlan had an attitude that he had never had before. A few days ago, Li Tianlan was sharp and indifferent. But no matter what he did, he seemed to be drifting with the current, as if he had no clear goal and starting point, so he had no pursuit. But now Li Tianlan had changed. He was still himself. What changed was his attitude. His eyes would often flash with a light similar to that of contemplation. That was not thinking. It was pursuit. This young man, who was only 22 years old, was now at the forefront of Zhongzhou State for the first time. At this time he seemed to be doing his best to pursue. He was looking for his position. Han Donglu laughed. Tianlan, even if you don't believe in my sincerity, you shouldn't doubt your ability. You are the chosen one. Your 20% interest in the future has a fatal attraction for anyone. There are not many people in Zhongzhou State who can fully support you, but you can always find some. Except for some forces of the Dongqing clan and the Li family, there is only me who has the guts and position to support you. As if thinking of something, Han Donglu's voice was a little gentle. I didn't doubt it. Li Tianlan said. He had investigated a lot of information about the Han family through the curtain in Huading, and it was very detailed. With enough knowledge, he had never doubted Han Donglu. Because he did not doubt himself. He firmly believed that he would be invincible in the world and sweep the entire dark world. Naturally, he could also realize what the 20% interest of East Emperor Palace meant in the future. Just as Han Donglu had said, it might be 3 or 5. Or even more than the sum of the Flourishing Age Fund. The Flourishing Age Fund was huge. That was one of the most powerful financial giants in the world. In terms of the scale of the Flourishing Age Fund, their development had actually reached a bottleneck, or the ceiling of their current business model. Next, unless Han Donglu could directly control, rather than simply influence, the financial order of a country, a state, or even the world, it would be difficult for them to make a breakthrough. This was Han Donglu's peak. And after the peak, it was naturally downhill. So the Han family and the Flourishing Age Fund had reached the juncture of seeking change. Li Tianlan's appearance was undoubtedly an opportunity for them to seek change. As Han Donglu himself said, as long as Li Tianlan could guarantee his strength, his sincerity could be completely trusted. Li Tianlan was very sure of this, because it meant that in the future, the Flourishing Age Fund would have a much larger harvest. And this understanding, until a long time later, when he really realized what the Flourishing Age Fund meant, he found how absurd his original understanding was. Happy cooperation, Boss Han. Li Tianlan took the initiative to reach out and hold Han Donglu's palm. Han Donglu personally poured a cup of iced tea for Li Tianlan and raised his glass with a smile. To our future. The teacups clinked together. The conversation between the two sides seemed to have become more relaxed. Has the list of the Snowdance Corps been determined? Han Donglu asked. The transfer order has just been issued. There is a meeting at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After the meeting, I will go directly to Im. Li Tianlan said thoughtfully. The high-level list of the Snowdance Corps was officially determined last night, and it was confirmed that Li Tianlan, the commander of the Snowdance Corps, had the power to fine-tune the division of labor of the Snowdance Corps according to the situation in Eastern Europe. The total number of people in the Snowdance Corps was 19,832. It was composed of dozens of departments such as the Border Control Corps, Sai City, Jade Pool, Mount Shu Shadow Sting Army, Beihai Corps, Kunlun City, Oriental Excalibur, Totem, Divine Light, Zhongzhou State Special Operations Brigade, Shadow Sect, Azura Path, Butterfly, and so on. It had a huge span, from the military to the special warfare system, to the special forces, to the martial arts forces. The commander of the army was Li Tianlan, and he was awarded the rank of marshal. Chen Qingwan of the Beihai Corps was appointed as the vice-marshal of the Snowdance Corps, and he was awarded the rank of general. Gu Tiankong, the pavilion master of Wind Snow School of Kunlun City, was appointed as the inspector of the Snowdance Corps, and he was awarded the rank of general. Cool Breeze of Sai City, Drifting Cloud, was appointed as the deputy marshal, and he was awarded the rank of lieutenant general. Hua Qingfeng, the master of the Shadow Sect, was the chief of staff, with the same rank as the deputy commander. The two major generals of the Border Control Corps, Li Zhonghu and Sun Mengran, were transferred to the Snowdance Corps and served as the two division commanders. The swordsmen of Jade Pool and Mount Shu formed an assassination group, codenamed Secret Sword. All the lists were officially formed and fully respected Li Tianlan's will. Li Tianlan had been paying attention to the desert. After Li Huaqing personally intervened, Fireman had walked out of the desert prison and would probably arrive in Yuzhou tonight. When this force entered Eastern Europe, it was bound to form a frenzy to attack the superpowers. Knights Templars and the Jiang family of South America would bear the brunt. Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes, thinking about his duties and the oath he made to the sea in the final battle of Heaven Capital more than 3 years ago. He would destroy the Jiang family of South America in his lifetime. He didn't know if the Jiang family of South America had forgotten that sentence. But the sea would not forget it. He would not forget it either. I have a question. Li Tianlan took a sip of tea and suddenly said, Go ahead. Han Donglu smiled. Is it related to the Snowdance Corps? No, it's a personal question. I just want to satisfy my curiosity. Li Tianlan smiled. In the past few days, he had asked a lot of people a question. Dongqing Wudi by Zhanfang, Li Zhonghu Li Honghe, and Qin Wei Bai. Even when he met with the senior leaders of the Snowdance Corps, he also asked Yun Qinqi, Han Chongyang, and Cool Breeze and Drifting Cloud. But he never got the answer. Some people really didn't know. But there were also some people who knew the answer but didn't tell him. But the answer was always there. Before the expedition, looking at the biggest financial tycoon in the country in front of him, Li Tianlan's heart moved. Out of curiosity, he once again asked the question that he thought had nothing to do with him before. But now he had been thinking about it. Boss Han, do you have any information on Zhongzhou State in recent decades? Which top masters prefer to keep dogs? This question was really boring and extremely gossipy in the eyes of people who didn't know the inside story. Han Donglu was a little stunned. There was a strange flash in his eyes, and then he smiled. Top masters who keep dogs, but I know there is one. Li Tianlan's eyes lit up. Han Donglu's flourishing age fund was huge, but strictly speaking, it was a new force. Li Tianlan didn't expect to get an answer from Han Donglu, but the reality gave him a surprise. Boss Han, who are you talking about? Li Tianlan smiled. Han Donglu gave him a strange look. Top master who keeps dogs, isn't it you? I heard you have a golden retriever. Li Tianlan looked at Han Donglu and suddenly had nothing to say. He was a top master in recent decades. Even in recent centuries, with the combat capability of the invincible realm, he could be regarded as a top master in Zhongzhou State. But Li Tianlan didn't ask about himself. He asked about Dongqing Huangtu. But this name seemed to be a taboo in Zhongzhou State. So Li Tianlan could only use everything he knew to find clues about Dongqing Huangtu. But the information he knew about Dongqing Huangtu was too little. Pitifully little. He knew that Dongqing had a dog. He also knew. Li Tianlan suddenly thought of something and said, Boss Han, do you know about the killers in the dark world? I'm talking about the killers of the invincible realm. If Dongqing Huangtu was a taboo, the siege back then was destined to be unknown. But the killer of the invincible realm was a clue. When Qin Wei Bai talked about Dongqing Huangtu, she once said that in Huiting, Dongqing Huangtu had killed the only killer of the invincible realm in the dark world with one move. The invincible realm killed the invincible realm. Just one move. The killer of the invincible realm. Han Donglu frowned. There are relatively few killers of the invincible realm. Killers seldom pay attention to frontal combat. It is said that they are weak in willpower, so it is difficult to break through to the invincible realm. Now in the dark world, it seems that only Tribulation of Sai City is an invincible realm killer. There was one 3 years ago, codenamed Evil, but you killed him. What about before? Li Tianlan asked. Did anyone die in Huiting? Died in Huiting. Han Donglu looked at Li Tianlan blankly. He suddenly raised his eyebrows. You mean Ghost Moon? Who is Ghost Moon? Li Tianlan asked. That was many years ago. It seems that there was indeed an invincible realm killer called Ghost Moon at that time. I don't pay much attention to this. Wait a minute. As Han Donglu said this, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and shouted at the door. Oh Han. The door of the box was pushed open. A middle-aged man in a black suit and sunglasses, a standard bodyguard outfit, came in. He said respectfully, Boss. This is my bodyguard. Han Donglu introduced him with a smile and asked directly, I seem to have heard you talk about Ghost Moon before. It seems that you said it. This is His Highness Li Tianlan. He is more interested in this matter. Ghost Moon? Ao Han muttered to himself, looked at Li Tianlan, and said with a wry smile, Your Highness, he has been dead for many years. He died in Huiting. Li Tianlan asked. Yes. Ao Han nodded. It was in Huiting Airport. It has been more than 20 years. I was still in Huiting Special Operations Bureau. At that time, Ghost Moon sneaked into Huiting. I don't know what he wanted to do. Zhongzhou State got the news and sent us to the airport to search. And then? Li Tianlan asked calmly. Ao Han glanced at Li Tianlan. Then he was killed. His eyes were strange and fanatical. He seemed to be a witness of the battle that year. Even after many years, he still had a deep impression of that battle. Li Tianlan subconsciously sat up straight and said calmly, "Who killed him?" Ao Han wanted to say something but stopped. He looked at Han Donglu and then at Li Tianlan, frowning slightly. "Just tell the truth." Han Donglu seemed to think of something, and seemed to understand what Li Tianlan was investigating. It's Marshal Li." Ao Han glanced at Li Tianlan and said with a wry smile, "Your Highness, it was your father Li Kuangtu, who killed Ghost Moon at the airport. One sword strike." Yuzhou was in a turbulent situation. When the list of the Snowdance Corps was confirmed, the final maneuver of the two academies was still going on in the Sky Academy. This was already the 7th day of the maneuver. The maneuver was approaching the second half. In the ward of the Sky Academy, several members of the East Emperor Palace were bored to death watching the TV broadcast in the ward. They were a little bored. The maneuver of the two academies this time was actually very exciting. But perhaps because the first day was too shocking, the subsequent wonderful maneuver suddenly lost a lot of its appeal. Not to mention the few people from the East Emperor Palace. In recent days, even the number of people who came to watch the ceremony had decreased a lot. Such a scene inevitably gave people the impression that this final maneuver was the most valuable, but also the least valuable. "It's boring." Li Beitian sat on the bed and ate an apple. He looked at the TV screen dully and suddenly said, "Tianlan is going to Eastern Europe tonight. It's too urgent. Give me another 2 months, no, a month and a half." "Damn it, in a month, my injury will be better. If I go to Eastern Europe at that time, do you think I can be a general? Do you think generals are cabbages? Or the general of the Special Warfare Battalion, who can carry a general's star on his shoulder in the Snowdance Corps? At least they are at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. You can only be a field officer if you go there." Ning Qianqing said disdainfully. Li Beitian cursed, then suddenly laughed and said, "A field officer is not a small position. At least I'm a real thunder-shocking realm martial artist, so I should at least be a colonel. Brother Tough, you're different. If you go there, can you be a lieutenant? Tut-tut. As an expert a half-step to the thunder-shocking realm, you can definitely be a lieutenant." He saluted Ning Qianqing and said seriously, "Hello, Captain Ning." "Get lost." Ning Qianqing scolded him rudely. Li Beitian did not refute. He was silent for a while, then shook his head. He muttered to himself, "Damn it." It was more of a self-deprecation than a tease between the two. In the Snowdance Corps, the generals were at least at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. They were a field officer and a lieutenant. Not to mention being injured, even in their heyday, they could not play a big role. It was better than nothing. However, the commander of such an elite corps, the youngest marshal of the Special Warfare System, was their brother. The huge gap between them not only brought about disappointment, but also confusion. "I suddenly feel that it's meaningless to stay in the Sky Academy," Li Beitian said in a self-deprecating tone. "I'll graduate soon. I can't stay even if I want to." Ning Qianqing's tone was flat. The ward fell silent again. Yu Qingyan, who had considered marrying Ning Qianqing, sat beside him and held his hand. "I'll go to Eastern Europe." In front of the window of the ward, Su Chu's tall figure almost blocked the sunlight outside. He suddenly turned around and said. The sun shone on his back, and his expression was a little vague. "My injuries shouldn't be too big of a problem. I can recover slowly. I'll go to Eastern Europe, at least to help young master," Su Chu said. Although his strength had not reached the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, he was a thunder-shocking realm expert with Thunder Vein, so he could not be underestimated. Su Chu did not care about his position. It was also good to follow Li Tianlan and be a bodyguard. "What?" Li Tianlan suddenly raised his eyebrows. "If you go to Eastern Europe, then of course we also. Let's go to Tiannan." A haggard but still pleasant voice suddenly sounded outside the ward. They turned around at the same time. Yu Qingyan cheered, stood up, and said with a smile, "Sister Yuetong." It was Wang Yuetong who appeared outside the ward. After walking out of Mount Dibbing and giving up the identity of a princess, she did not go to Yuzhou to find Li Tianlan, but went directly to the Sky Academy. So far, she had not even called Li Tianlan. Wang Yuetong's face was a little pale, and her beautiful big eyes were a little red and swollen. It seemed that she had cried not long ago. But at this moment, without the identity of a little princess, there was a touch of strength in her eyes. She took Yu Qingyan's hand and shook it hard. Yuetong. Li Beitian looked at her in surprise. You didn't go to Yuzhou to find Tianlan? What can I do with Tianlan? Wang Yuetong's eyes were a little blank. She chuckled and said, with my current strength, if I go to Yuzhou, can I follow him to Eastern Europe? If I go now, I will even be a burden, not to mention help. Ning Qianqing frowned and did not speak. So, Wang Yuetong whispered, go to Tiannan. It will become the most important foundation of Tianlan in the future. You are his brothers, and now you are all looking for your own value. I am his woman, and I also need to find my own value. She looked at Li Beitian and Ning Qianqing. Our value may be in Tiannan. Tianlan goes to Eastern Europe to deal with the chaos. It is good for us to go to Tiannan first to lay the foundation. Li Tianlan, Wang Yuetong, Ning Qianqing, Li Beitian. All of them were very young. At the age when they could squander their youth, every young person seemed to be confused. They were looking for their own value in confusion. Li Tianlan was also looking for his own direction in confusion. They were all so resolute and so duty-bound. Therefore, some very important things were determined in just a few words. There was no hesitation, so there was no worry. It was the afternoon of August 6th in Zhongzhou State. The list of the Zhongzhou State Snowdance Corps was formed. Li Tianlan, the youngest marshal in the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State, led the team north. And the most important team around him, led by Wang Yuetong, began to go south. The light shone down from the sky, and the sun turned into moonlight, bright and clear, as always. In fact, any beginning that was crowned as great by later generations was just ordinary when things happened at that time. Chapter 408. The glaring fire burned the night sky, and shrill screams spread out in the night. There were flashing police lights on both sides of the road, and dense figures were everywhere. The firemen were busy putting out the flames. Black smoke billowed up. The luxurious and exquisite manor in the past had become ruins. Bloody corpses were scattered randomly on the ground, and were carried away by doctors and nurses in white. In the cold and murderous atmosphere, Jiang Qianyan, a master on the holy list with the code name Black Hand in the Dark World, looked at the scene with a gloomy face and did not speak for a long time. The fat policeman stood beside Jiang Qianyan with a serious face, and kept asking questions. A large number of weapons, even a lot of heavy weapons, were found in the ruined manor, and the assailant attacked the place with the fastest speed and the most violent means. Everything was short. It was hard to say whether it was a battle or a massacre. In less than 3 minutes, dense gunshots boiled in the night, and the roar of bombs rang through half of the city. Blood spurted out in the chaos. One by one, the elites of the Jiang family of South America were destroyed and torn apart by absolute violence. When the fire rose into the sky, the battle was over. This scene suddenly made the local police feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. Coming to the manor with the police were the middle-level heads of the National Security Department. They were standing in front of Jiang Qianyan, and asking him all the questions they thought could lead to clues. For example, the origin of the weapons in the manor. For example, the motive of the Jiang family of South America to stay here. For example, whether Jiang Qianyan had offended anyone. Maybe it was the Snow Country Mafia who raided the manor. Jiang Qianyan frowned tightly. His body was no longer trembling, but the irritation and disgust between his eyebrows could not be concealed. Finally, when the fat police chief proposed that Jiang Qianyan must give an explanation, Jiang Qianyan could not bear it any longer. He pulled his fat body over and kicked the middle-level official of the National Security Department away. "Don't mess with me, fat pig. I'm a guest here, not a prisoner. I hope you know your duties." Jiang Qianyan held back his killing intent, slowly put down the policeman and said coldly, "Now take your men and get out." All the policemen nearby were in an uproar. The director, who was no longer young, coughed a few times with difficulty. Just as he was about to order the thugs in front of him to be arrested with a furious face, a group of mysterious people in black suits had entered the scene. There were a total of 8 men in black suits surrounding a middle-aged man in sportswear. The middle-aged man glanced at the embarrassed police chief, frowned slightly, and waved his hand casually. The police chief, who was considered a powerful figure in the city, didn't dare to say a word. He couldn't care less about his dignity. He smiled apologetically and began to retreat. At the same time, he took all the policemen nearby with him. "I'm sorry." The middle-aged man walked up to Jiang Qianyan and touched his big nose helplessly. "It happened so suddenly that I couldn't help here. Mr. Jiang, I hope we can get your understanding." Jiang Qianyan managed to control his expression. His eyes softened a little, and he said calmly, "It doesn't matter. It's just a pity to destroy the manor you like, Mr. Rekvia. I will compensate you for your loss." Rekvia is not a name. In Eastern Europe, it was an absolutely prominent surname, representing a top wealthy family in Eastern Europe. Perhaps in the whole of Europe, the Rekvia family was not as powerful as the Morton family and the Violet family. But at least in the land of Eastern Europe, Rekvia's authority would not be worse than anyone else's. It was the largest and even the only wealthy family in Wulan State. In Wulan State, the second largest country in Europe, Rekvia was almost synonymous with supremacy. After the collapse of the Polar Ground Alliance, the superpowers of the Dark World entered Eastern Europe one after another. Some found partners on the spot after entering Eastern Europe. Some dark forces already had partners before they entered Eastern Europe. The Rekvia family was the most powerful ally of the Jiang family of South America in Eastern Europe. Therefore, a considerable part of the elites of the Jiang family of South America were concentrated in Wulan State. There were nearly 800 elites in Reki City, the capital of Wulan State alone. This manor was the place provided by the Rekvia family to the Jiang family of South America to settle their own people. Nearly 200 elites all lived here. This group of people just entered Wulan State 2 days ago. They didn't even play their strength in the chaos of Eastern Europe. Because of the raid tonight, they were all wiped out. The most important thing was, within the Jiang family of South America, these 200 people were the direct descendants of Jiang Qianyan. It's just a property. It's nothing. The current patriarch of the Rekvia family smiled calmly, then narrowed his eyes and said, "It's just that I'm curious about who dares to come to Reki City to be the enemy of the Rekvia family. Mr. Jiang, do you have any clues?" This raid seemed to be a coincidence and deliberate. Jiang Qianyan was supposed to go to the Rekvia family's dinner today, but when he was still on the way, the manor was attacked. What was more embarrassing was that Jiang Qianyan set off from here to attend the dinner. When the attack happened, Jiang Qianyan had just left here for less than 20 minutes. "It's people from Zhongzhou State." Jiang Qianyan gritted his teeth and said with cold eyes, "Sai City." Sai City was a world-famous city of assassins. The way of assassins was not always deceitful. Especially for the strong, the top assassins were as calm and domineering as anyone else. When Tribulation drove out of Reki City, Situt Songyue had been standing at their original place and waiting for a long time. In the thick night, she was dressed in a white dress, and her long hair was blown by the wind. In a trance, she was like a shadow. Tribulation parked the car beside her. Situt Songyue sat in the car and was silent. The car started again. In the car, which was neither fast nor slow, Tribulation suddenly coughed violently. The cough was dull and hoarse. The frequency was not fast, but it was deep, as if it was heart-wrenching. "I'll drive," Situt Songyue said. Tribulation shook his head, waved his hand and reluctantly said, "No need." He coughed for a while, straightened up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and was silent for a long time. "There was an accident tonight." After a long time, Tribulation said softly. Situt Songyue, who had been looking at her brother's face, said nothing more. Tonight, the division of labor between the two was very clear. Situt Songyue's goal was a manor in the south of Reki City, while Tribulation's goal was a club in the north of the city. Situt Songyue's move of useless heaven and earth almost completely wiped out the entire manor. After completing the task, she waited for a long time before seeing Tribulation come. Needless to say, she knew that there was an accident tonight. "Can you control your injuries or not?" Situt Songyue asked, frowning tightly. Tribulation was the only invincible realm killer in the dark world today. Many people knew about this. But few people knew that since he broke through in Heaven Capital, Tribulation's injury had never healed. From the chi-controlling realm to the ice-condensing realm, fire-flaming realm, thunder-shocking realm, and straight into the invincible realm, this road of martial arts was steep and fierce to the extreme. Tribulation proved the feasibility of this road, and its strength. Tribulation was very strong now. He had reached the end of this road. If he didn't care about his injury, Tribulation's real combat capability would be far better than Situt Songyue's. It was entirely possible for him to be ranked in the top 10 of the divine list, or even close to the top 5 of the divine list. Not to mention the top 5 of the divine list. As long as he entered the divine list, Tribulation could be regarded as the only invincible realm killer in the dark world in the past 100 years to enter the divine list. But Tribulation's breakthrough was too intense, and the injury left was so serious that it could hardly be healed. It had been more than 3 years since the final battle of Heaven Capital, but Tribulation, who had terrifying combat capability, had not succeeded in stabilizing his realm. His realm went up and down, and sometimes it would fall from the invincible realm. Not to mention his own feelings, Situt Songyue, as his elder sister, was frightened. Tribulation was indeed very strong now, but the strength he could exert now was at most equivalent to the strength before he broke through, or even slightly worse. His injury and body had completely limited his strength. Such a breakthrough was even worse than not breaking through at all. There is still a chance. Tribulation said blandly, the jade seal is still in my hands. The jade seal, Situt Songyue sneered and said. Without the jade seal that Tianlong gave you, it is unknown whether you can live until now. Judging from your current injury, the jade seal can only save your life at most. Tribulation fell silent. I'll think about it. After a long time he slowly opened his mouth. It's time to make up your mind. At your current age, you still have a chance. Situt Songyue said. Tribulation did not speak. He knew what it meant to make up his mind. His current problem was difficult to solve, but in essence, it was actually very simple. The power of the invincible realm was very strong. But he went straight from the chi-controlling realm to the invincible realm. This kind of breakthrough was too intense. Although he was lucky to succeed, the huge power of the invincible realm had almost crushed Tribulation's body. Simply speaking, his current body, because of the injury, could not bear the power of the invincible realm at all. And as long as this power was still there, his injury could not be healed. This matter was difficult to solve, or it was difficult to solve it perfectly. At present, the only possibility was that Tribulation chose to lower his realm by himself. If this word was used on other people, it might be barely acceptable. But how cruel it was to be used on Tribulation. Other invincible realm experts would at least be a half-step invincible realm expert if they lowered their realm. If Tribulation chose to leave the invincible realm, he did not enter the ice-condensing realm, the fire-flaming realm, or the thunder-shocking realm. Once he lowered his realm, he would be in the chi-controlling realm. Who could accept this fact? In any case, I have to delay the final battle in Snow Country. Tribulation said softly. Before the final battle, I'll try to do as little as possible. In my current state, there are not many opportunities for me to take action. I'll try to use them at the critical moment. Situt Songyue said. Yes, we did our duty to deal with the Jiang family of South America tonight, and give Zhongzhou State an explanation. What's your plan next? Do it according to the original plan. Tribulation said. Go to Snow Country. Situt Songyue glanced at him. Tribulation seemed to realize something and changed his words. Go to Mormons and meet her. Mormons was a city in Snow Country. To go to Mormons was to go to Snow Country. But Tribulation's tone was calm, as if he was emphasizing something. Don't you want to have a look? Situt Songyue was silent for a while and suddenly asked. Tribulation's eyes calmly looked straight at the road ahead in the night. The scenery on both sides of the road quickly went backward in the advance of the vehicles. The car kept speeding up. Tribulation's voice was calm, And without any fluctuation. What's there to see? If you want to see, it's naturally good. I don't want to see. Don't want to see? I don't want to see. There was a sudden silence in the car. Only the sound of the engine was roaring. In just a few words, the car had unconsciously reached its limit in Tribulation's hands. She has helped you a lot, Situt Songyue said calmly. When you went up from the chi-controlling realm, you encountered a lot of problems. If she hadn't helped you solve the most critical problem, you might have been stuck there. I saved her life, Tribulation said briefly. That was her reward for me. That was the only mission you failed. If you hadn't fallen in love with her, how could you have given up the mission to save her? Situt Songyue chuckled. The corners of Tribulation's mouth twitched slightly, and his eyes were cold and hard. Go and have a look. Situt Songyue expressed her position. I want to have a look too. I don't want to see it. Tribulation suddenly smiled. It's meaningless. She is not her. There's no need to see it. She is not her. Situt Songyue's eyes were a little dazed. Well, he is not him. She and him. We're not him. If we can see each other again. Situt Songyue laughed at herself. If we can see each other again, it would be best if we are not enemies. Tribulation whispered. This sentence was very clear. Because it was clear, it was cruel. It would be best if they were not enemies. If there were enemies who could not distinguish life and death. What was the meaning of the word best? Tribulation looked ahead. His eyes were dazed and calm. Trance and calmness were constantly alternating. The corners of his mouth were raised, and his smile was a little complicated. You are not reconciled. Situt Songyue said calmly. So what if I am not reconciled? Tribulation whispered. When she was still a holy punishment priest, I couldn't take her away. What can I do now? In fact, I understood that I had the power to take her away, but I didn't have that kind of will. She wouldn't go with me. I'm an assassin and she's a priest. Now I'm a highness among killers, and she's the Holy Virgin of the Vatican. When we parted that year, we knew very well that she could only be the Holy Virgin, and would never be Mrs. Situ. So in the darkness of that year, the young man named Situ Wanjie was most thoroughly immersed in the killing of the dark shadow. He became a pure tribulation. Whether willing or not, there would be many firsts in life. Many firsts might be against one's will, but strictly speaking, it was not difficult. Because there was no choice. But it was the most difficult to repeat life without choice. The afterglow of the polar sun was getting dimmer. Under the soft sunlight, Lishi stood in front of the window of the Jelly Country Hotel, looking at the bustling scene outside, and her eyes became more and more dull. She was afraid of the repetition of fate and choices. But the purpose of her trip was to repeat. She repeatedly killed one person, killed two people. She repeatedly killed people she didn't want to kill. She repeatedly killed people she had killed but didn't kill. This feeling was very torturous. But after suffering became a habit, it became numb and ignorant coldness and exhaustion. Exhaustion became eagerness. She wanted to end all eagerness. As long as it was over. No matter how it ended, it didn't matter. As long as it was over. In the sunny night, Lishi turned around and took out her mobile phone to make a call. The phone was quickly connected. A calm and cautious voice sounded. Hello. This is Lishi. Lishi held the phone and spoke in a brief tone. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Lishi had been silent for so long that everyone outside Kunlun City seemed to have forgotten her existence. After a long time, the voice on the phone sounded again. Hello, madam, where are you now? I'm at the Oga Hotel. I like it here very much. You don't have to pick me up. Lishi said calmly. The man on the phone was silent again for a while, and then whispered, Okay, madam. Lishi held the phone quietly and was silent for a long time before she said flatly, Is there any news from the purgatory of Heaven Capital? We are currently investigating, but it is certain that daybreak of the purgatory of Heaven Capital has entered Eastern Europe, but we are still unable to determine deity's whereabouts. On the phone, the man's voice was cautious. Keep investigating. Lishi said lightly. In the chaos of Eastern Europe, the only thing you need to do is to determine the whereabouts of deity of the purgatory of Heaven Capital. Okay. The man responded calmly. Li Shi hung up the phone in silence and sat on the bed. The bed was very soft. However, an even more obvious fatigue engulfed her like a tide, bringing with it a suffocating sense of oppression. Li Shi closed her eyes and fell on the bed. She didn't want to be sorry to the Li family, but in the end, she stabbed him in the heart and the key point of the entire Li family. She didn't want to help Gu Xingyin now, but because of Li Qingcheng, she had to come to Eastern Europe. She had been silent for most of her life, but when she needed to do something, fate would always push her body and push her in the opposite direction of her will. She had long been tired of such a life and spurned the world. So this time, she obeyed Gu Xingyun's orders, but she did not intend to completely obey Gu Xingyun's orders. The sky in Kunlun City was too cold. Gu Xingyun's face was too disgusting. In the icy and snowy Eastern Europe, she really had the idea to end all this. She couldn't resist Gu Xingyun. But she didn't intend to fight for the interests of Kunlun City in Eastern Europe. In this cold but quiet place, if she could drag the man who she didn't know was called Deity or Li Guangtu to go with her. For her, that was the best ending. Eastern Europe. At 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, a flight from Zhengzhou State to Snow Country landed smoothly at the capital airport after a connecting flight from Snow Country to Im. The capital airport had been completely under martial law a day ago. All flights had stopped operating. The martial law had lasted from the early morning of the previous day to the present. The entire Im officials seemed to be quietly waiting for the landing of the special plane. Lieutenant General Cheng Huaining, the new commander of the Arctic Ocean Command of Zhengzhou State, stood in the airport in a military uniform. He stood tall and straight, and was calm and composed, surrounded by a group of senior officials of Im. The Im officials attached great importance to the pickup. Not only did they agree that the order of the airport would be maintained by the Zhengzhou State Garrison, but they also sent Im's Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Affairs Minister, Trace, to lead a large team that was comparable to the Foreign Investigation Team to meet them in person. The huge plane was taxiing on the runway, and the roar was getting closer and closer. Cheng Huaining glanced at the plane, glanced at Im's Foreign Affairs Minister Trace beside him, and said with a smile, "His Highness, they are transferring from Snow Country. There are some problems in Snow Country, which delayed some time. Mr. Prime Minister, if there is no accident this time, when His Highness goes back, maybe Zhengzhou State will consider establishing a direct route from Zhengzhou State to Im. At that time, please support us, Mr. Prime Minister." A direct route from Zhengzhou State to Im. Terence was stunned, and then he was ecstatic. He nodded and said, Of course, I will support it. General Cheng, I personally yearn for Zhengzhou State. I am also willing to urge the government to strengthen the bilateral relationship between Im and Zhengzhou State. Cheng Huaining nodded with a smile. Once the direct route from Zhengzhou State to Im was established, Zhengzhou State would benefit, but the government of Im would benefit the most. Im had no reason not to agree. The support he mentioned was undoubtedly not the support of the route, but the position and performance of Im in the chaos in Eastern Europe. Some time ago, the president of Im personally met Jiang Qianyan of the Jiang family of South America. Now, although he was still friendly to Zhengzhou State, people with discerning eyes could see that his attitude had gradually wavered. Cheng Huaining had just arrived at the Arctic Ocean Command, so he naturally did not want to see this happen. Im was one of the garrisons of the Arctic Ocean Command. If he switched sides to the Jiang family of South America, it would not only be trouble for him, but also lose his face. The plane slowly stopped. The cabin opened. The gangway was lowered. In the silence, one after another, officers of the Special Warfare System of Zhengzhou State in military uniforms got off the plane. The dark green military uniforms occupied the vision of a large number of senior officials of Im. Cheng Huaining subconsciously straightened his body. A large number of senior officials from both military and political sides of Im also widened their eyes. They all knew a name. That name now meant the strongest among the younger generation in the dark world. Everyone wanted to see the demeanor of the young chosen one. Officers appeared one after another. Some were tough, some were quiet, some were calm, and some were wild. Terence, the official leader of Im, was dazzled. A young man in the same military uniform finally came out of the cabin. Terence glanced at him casually and ignored him. He was still looking for the legendary young marshal of Zhongzhou State. Cheng Huining straightened his body at the first time. Salute. Near the airport, all the garrison troops of Zhongzhou State stood at attention and saluted at the same time. Lieutenant General Cheng Huining of the Arctic Ocean Command of Zhongzhou State pays respect to Your Highness. Cheng Huining's steady and loud voice resounded through the entire airport. Terence was startled, and his eyes subconsciously shifted to the young man. Then he shifted back. He was a young man who couldn't be any more ordinary. Although the marshal's military uniform was very conspicuous, but it always made people unable to help but ignore his existence. He was standing there clearly, but it gave people the feeling that he didn't notice him at all. The young man slowly went down the gangway and raised his hand to salute back. As he walked, he was like a transparent shadow that was illusory, indistinct, and calm and collected. But the moment he raised his hand, the entire airport suddenly became incomparably real. He stood there quietly and saluted back. But the illusory feeling of being ignored just now completely disappeared. The lights of the airport shone on his military uniform and rank. The light was boundless. General Ning. Li Tianlan put down his arm, held Cheng Huining's hand, and said with a chuckle, "Thank you for your hard work." It was late at night on August 7th in Eastern Europe. Under the attention of all the dark forces in the world, the Snowdance Corps of Zhongzhou State came. The light of the polar sun was getting dimmer and dimmer. The sun was gradually falling. In the manner of Mormons, Qin Weibai, who had returned from Bayou State, was wearing a coat and standing quietly at the top of the villa, looking at the flowers blooming all over the manor. The flowers were in full bloom in violation of the season and the temperature. There were thousands of colors and vitality everywhere. Qin Weibai looked at them quietly, expressionless. "It's actually very beautiful. Although it's a little messy, it's much better than before." Lin Fengting's voice sounded beside Qin Weibai with a smile. "You don't like it?" "I hate being deceived," Qin Weibai said softly. A scapegoat was not a scapegoat. What she left for Li Tianlan was a mortal love. When she returned to the manor and saw the flowers in the garden, Qin Weibai already understood what had happened. But Xian Xuanzi had gone far away after doing all this. As for the two senior brothers, according to Xian Xuanzi, they were all traveling and couldn't be contacted. Thus, this life force was firmly stuck here, and could no longer be erased. Only when you are alive can you be qualified to hate something. Lin Fengting said softly. "This is good, really good." "Maybe." Qin Weibai took a deep breath and said softly. "Xian Yuan's sword is already on its way to Eastern Europe. In order to avoid attracting attention, they will come in batches. They will all arrive in Mormons in about a week. What's your arrangement?" Lin Fengting asked. Qin Weibai thought for a moment, shook her head slowly and said, "No, just stay here." "Stay here?" Lin Fengting was a little stunned. Qin Weibai said yes. The chaos in Eastern Europe. Lin Fengting frowned. In the end of the chaos, there must be a final battle. Qin Weibai said softly, "No matter where we fight, the final battle can only be in Mormons, not anywhere else. In the outsider's impression, the Samsara Palace has been destroyed. I will wait for them here and give everyone a surprise." She looked at Lin Fengting. "Sir, you seem to have forgotten that I said this would be the place of the final battle." Here Lin Fengting looked at Qin Weibai. "What's special here?" "In the whole of Eastern Europe, this is the most special place." Qin Weibai laughed. "Sir, you can think of this as a base set up by the Samsara Palace here. The Samsara Palace owns more than a manor in Mormons, but some things can't be seen until the final battle." Lin Fengting looked at Qin Weibai for a long time before he nodded. "I'll wait and see." Qin Weibai didn't speak. She just looked up at the polar sun in the sky. The polar sun slowly sank and finally disappeared completely from sight. There was no day and night in the polar sun. The sun would rise again the moment it set. But today, however, the setting sun did not appear after it set. Before the lights of Mormons came on, the polar sun disappeared. The thick and deep night enveloped the whole world in an instant. A pale green light suddenly lit up in the dark sky, which was as silent as a grave. The light danced in the sky, reflecting the entire night sky with incomparable brilliance. That was the most beautiful spectacle in the world. The polar night aurora. The temperature of Mormons was dropping. The wind was dancing wildly in the darkness. The cold wind blew over and messed up Qin Weibai's long hair that was tied up. She stood quietly, but her hair suddenly flew under the laser. Extremely presumptuous. Qin Weibai raised her head and still stared at the night high in the sky. The aurora in the sky kept flickering in her eyes. Only the darkness grew deeper. The everlasting night officially arrived. Chapter 409. In a capitalist country, power could block a lot of things, but it could not block the media. In Europe, perhaps not all media companies had the status of a giant, but any super tycoon would definitely have extraordinary power in the media field. So when a group of middle-level and high-level officers of the Snowdance Corps walked out of IM Airport, the cameras of countless media were flashing. The dark green military uniform that appeared in IM seemed to have become a picture full of power, which was transmitted to all corners of Eastern Europe in the fastest time. Li Tianlan. This name, which had just appeared on the stage of the Dark World, was still strange to most people. Perhaps the deepest impression he left on the Dark World was his decisiveness in breaking into the invincible realm in the decisive Battle of Heaven Capital 3 years ago, and his amazing sword in the maneuver of the 2 academies of Zhongzhou State not long ago. Most people might not know what this young marshal of Zhongzhou State meant. But without accurate cognition, it did not mean that he would be ignored. A young marshal full of vigor and sharpness at a young age, and an elite special warfare battalion with a luxurious lineup. This force was no less than anyone in Eastern Europe. No one would ignore them, and no one dared to ignore them. The northernmost part of Snow Country had ushered in the polar night. The ink-like darkness enveloped Vasilis Cathedral. The lights in the church were almost dazzling and looked particularly brilliant in the night. The polar day and the polar night alternated. The daylight disappeared late at night. Darkness enveloped the morning. When the brilliant aurora in the sky slowly dissipated, the whole world seemed to become dead silent. The Holy Virgin of the Vatican Angel stood on the bell tower of the church and watched the light filling the night gradually disappear. She slowly turned around and looked at the TV screen on the indoor wall. Eastern European news was playing on the screen. For all of Eastern Europe, this was a new TV channel. It was a new news channel set up by Daqin International Media in Eastern Europe about a month ago. Daqin International was in Bayou State. However, the Eastern European news channel gathered the major events of all the countries in Eastern Europe and broadcast them in the news. In the chaotic land full of interests, blood, power, and beliefs, the Eastern European news channel had undoubtedly become a sharp sword in the hands of the Qin family in Bayou country. On the TV screen, the dignified and elegant host was telling about a mysterious attack that took place in Reki city of Wulan State an hour ago. The fire in the live video was still not extinguished. The chaotic lights and the crowd kept moving in the flickering. The doctors and nurses of Reki City kept carrying the bodies onto the stretchers. The beautiful manor had become ruins. The camera kept shaking. Intentionally or unintentionally, Jiang Qianyan's gloomy face and Rekvia's face appeared in the camera for a moment. Angel watched in silence. The presenter's voice in the news was soft and low, with a bit of solemnity and compassion. It sounded emotional, but after listening to it for a long time, it always sounded routine. The scene in the news changed, and the sky above the capital of IM appeared. Compared with the solemnity of Wulan State, IM in the picture was only majestic. The dark green military uniforms and military ranks of Zhongzhou State appeared on the TV screen, but all of them had the same back view. They were silent, resolute, and had a sense of forbearance and strength. There was a row of black cars lined up in front of the airport. Countless soldiers of Zhongzhou State got into the cars. The vehicles, like a long line, started slowly. From beginning to end, the faces of these soldiers were never photographed. Angel was not sure what this meant. Compared with Jiang Qianyan's face that appeared in the camera intentionally or unintentionally in Wulon State, the backs of Zhongzhou State soldiers were somewhat meaningful. Was this the position and attitude that the Eastern European news had not clearly expressed? Behind the Eastern European news was the Qin family of Baiyu State. The Qin family, which was close to the Qin clan. In the chaos of Eastern Europe, the position of the Qin family was definitely one of the things that attracted the most attention. Angel wasn't sure if the news was telling the truth. It was the Jiang family of South America that was attacked in Wulon State. Angel looked at the ending news screen, thought for a moment, and then slowly said, "Obviously." A soft but somewhat evil voice sounded. "I talked to Jiang Qianyan on the phone. It was the two highnesses of Sai City in Zhongzhou State who attacked. Not only the manor on TV, but also another club in Reki City where the elites of the Jiang family of South America were placed suffered heavy losses. This is the revenge of Zhongzhou State." Not far from Angel sat a very quiet man. A man with a unique temperament. His appearance was between that of a young man and a middle-aged man, and his figure was slightly thin. He seemed to be handsome, but also very ordinary. The light shone on him. His smile was quiet and calm, but his face was a little blurred. He was the chief knight of Knights Templars. In the dark world, his identity was the master of Knights Templars, an invincible realm expert. Chaos. Angel glanced at him. Hearing the two highnesses of Sai City, her eyes were a little complicated. But when her eyes fell on Chaos, her eyes had become calm. "You don't seem to be worried?" Angel asked. Chaos looked at the face behind the veil, which was even blurrier than his. His eyes were gentle and humble, but behind this facade, there was a scorching heat that could burn everything. Chaos looked at him for a long time. He bowed slightly and said calmly, "I don't know what Your Highness Holy Virgin means." The status of the chief knight of Knights Templars was very high in the dark world. But the entire Knights Templars was a vassal institution of the Vatican. Its position within the Vatican was even lower than that of the bishops, the saint warriors, and the holy punishment priests. Strictly speaking, it was not an institution that could sit in front of the Holy Virgin. He could sit in front of Angel calmly, because he was an invincible realm expert. That was all. "You know very well." Angel looked into Chaos's eyes. "You know that this is the revenge of Zhongzhou State. Your Excellency, what reason do you have to think that Zhongzhou State will only retaliate against the Jiang family of South America and let Knights Templars go? You joined hands with the Jiang family of South America and killed not only the elites of Samsara Palace, but also the garrison of Zhongzhou State. This is very stupid. Should I congratulate you for attracting the attention of Zhongzhou State?" Chaos was silent for a while. After a long time he slowly said, "I didn't slaughter the garrison of Zhongzhou State." "Oh." Angel nodded. "Sounds like it's true. But does anyone believe it?" She looked at Chaos coldly. "I don't believe it. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not." Chaos shook his head. "No means no. I will explain it to Zhongzhou State. They believe it, and then the two have nothing to do with each other. They don't believe it. Knights Templars has never been afraid of war since its establishment. I will also shoulder my responsibilities. Your Highness Holy Virgin can rest assured that the victory in the chaos of Eastern Europe belongs to the Vatican and Knights Templars. I appreciate a lot of qualities." Angel's tone was cold. "But I don't appreciate arrogance. Your Excellency, your courage is commendable, but your stupidity is equally surprising. You are not afraid of war, but from the standpoint of the Vatican at this stage, neither the Vatican nor Knights Templars should attract the attention of Zhongzhou State. In the chaos of Eastern Europe, Zhongzhou State has not only the two highnesses of Sai City, but also a more terrifying majesty, a younger highness, and an entire special warfare battalion. In the face of such power, what is Knights Templars?" Chaos narrowed his eyes, lowered his head and remained silent. "You said you didn't slaughter the garrison of Zhongzhou State." Angel took a deep breath, stood up and said slowly, "I don't believe it. No one believes it. But I can give you 3 days. Within 3 days, come up with a reason that everyone can believe. Your Excellency, I'll wait for your news." It was a long time. In the oppressive silence, Chaos also stood up. You don't want to provoke Zhongzhou State. He looked at Angel. Is it because of fear? Angel pointed to the door with a poker face and said blandly, "No matter what, this is my order." Chaos twitched the corner of his mouth and nodded. "I will try my best." He turned around and strode out of the bell tower. Angel looked at his back. His back was very straight and fearless. Fearlessness was precious, but sometimes it seemed extremely arrogant. Angel turned around and looked out of the window. The everlasting night outside the window was getting darker and darker. The sun had fallen, and it would not rise for a long time. Angel looked at it quietly and muttered to herself, "The arrogant will pay the price." Outside the bell tower, Chaos, who had walked out of the bell tower, was also looking at the light inside the bell tower and whispered, "The coward will lose everything." Was a small country, with an area of more than 20,000 square kilometers. It was even less than the smallest province in Zhongzhou State. Not to mention the whole world, even in Europe or even limited to Eastern Europe, and was not eye-catching. In the past 100 years, this was a country that had always been in a state of ups and downs, and it was also one of the small countries with the most frequent civil strife in Eastern Europe. At the most chaotic time, had had 12 governments in 10 years, which was simply dazzling. This situation lasted until Zhongzhou State gave assistance. After Zhongzhou State helped the chaos slowly calmed down. At that time, at the delicate moment when the major forces in Eastern Europe checked and balanced each other, and did not want to easily intervene in the chaos of the assistance of Zhongzhou State was thunderous. The first army that appeared in was about 8,000 people, not many, but they were famous. After the troop codenamed Desolate Border returned to Zhongzhou State, they really went to Desolate Border, which was the predecessor of today's Border Control Corps. At that time, it was Li Honghe, the state-protecting war god of Zhongzhou State, and Li Guangtu, the two highnesses who personally led the troops to support The father and son stood in faced the various means of many Eastern European forces, and finally nailed the garrison near the capital of At that time, this was the first garrison of Zhongzhou State stationed in Eastern Europe. Later, Zhongzhou State used the garrison as a starting point, and spent several years slowly building the Arctic Ocean Command that deterred the whole of Eastern Europe. So when it came to the Li family and Zhongzhou State, there were too many soul-stirring, heartwarming, or blood-boiling stories in between. Li Tianlan now led the Snowdance Corps to When he thought about it carefully, it seemed that it was really a bit predestined. Perhaps because he knew all the stories of that year, Li Tianlan had been silent since he walked out of the airport. The motorcade entered the capital from the airport in silence, and then entered the garrison camp of Zhongzhou State. Terence, the deputy prime minister of and the foreign minister, had already confirmed the itinerary of the president and the prime minister. After booking the welcome dinner tomorrow evening, he left. Lieutenant General Cheng Huaining, the former commander of the Black Dragon Army of the Border Control Corps, and the current commander of the Arctic Ocean Command, invited Li Tianlan to his study, and said that he wanted to report on work. The logistics director of the Arctic Ocean Command began to arrange accommodation for the officers of the Snowdance Corps. After the attack, Zhongzhou State was furious, and the number of garrison troops in continued to increase. Now there were nearly 20,000 troops of Zhongzhou State stationed in The exact number was 19,832. There were nearly 20,000 people in the garrison camp, but no one in the camp belonged to the garrison of the Arctic Ocean Command. At this time, it was the entire Snowdance Corps that was stationed in The ordinary soldiers of the Snowdance Corps had entered Eastern Europe in batches before the high-level list was confirmed. As soon as the officers were in place today, the entire Snowdance Corps had begun to operate. Li Tianlan didn't care about the 9 officers. It took a process for the officers and the army to get familiar with each other, even if they were all elites. He followed Cheng Huaining to the study in silence. He sat down in silence. Cheng Huaining turned on the TV without saying a word, and watched the recently popular Eastern European news channel. The two of them sat on the sofa, ignoring each other, without even a cup of tea. Cheng Huaining took out a cigarette and lit it. He didn't give it to Li Tianlan. He crossed his legs and watched the TV with relish. Li Tianlan sat there in silence, motionless and silent. Less than 5 minutes passed. There was a knock on the door slowly, neither fast nor slow. Cheng Huaining frowned and said loudly, "Come in please." The door was pushed open. A slender and somewhat effeminate man walked in slowly with a peaceful smile. "Vice Marshal Chen?" Cheng Huaining stood up with a smile and shook hands with the effeminate man. Li Tianlan still didn't move. Chen Qingwan, the vice marshal of the Snowdance Corps, walked into the study. A trace of displeasure flashed through his heart, but he didn't show it. He also knew that it was a little abrupt and unsightly for him to come over. But he was the vice marshal of the Snowdance Corps. In addition to the responsibilities given to him by Zhongzhou State, he also had other tasks. Cheng Huaining and Li Tianlan. Both of their positions were very sensitive. He had to know what they talked about and what arrangements they had so that he could play a role in the next action. Li Tianlan gave him the cold shoulder, so he could only put up with it. "Your Highness, General Cheng, what are you talking about?" Chen Qingwan asked with a smile. "We're just watching TV. We didn't talk about anything." Cheng Huaining smiled and asked Chen Qingwan to sit down. Chen Qingwan rolled his eyes and glanced at Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan still sat in that position. In a trance, his figure seemed to shake slightly and become more and more illusory. Chen Qingwan suddenly felt that something was wrong. He frowned and tentatively called, "Your Highness?" Cheng Huaining smiled but didn't say anything. He looked at Chen Qingwan with a well-concealed mockery in his eyes. Chen Qingwan's face changed. He suddenly walked over and reached out, as if to put his hand on Li Tianlan's shoulder intimately. His palm fell, but he touched nothing. His palm passed through Li Tianlan's body. Li Tianlan's figure shook in the study, and then disappeared completely. Chen Qingwan froze and turned to look at Cheng Huaining. At this moment, he vaguely seemed to understand why he hadn't seen the legendary bodyguard beside Li Tianlan since he got off the plane. Because he didn't see the 2 deputy commanders of the Snowdance Corps, let alone the 2 sword masters of Mount Shu. "What are you thinking about, Vice Marshal Chen?" Cheng Huaining asked with a smile and pointed to the TV. "Watch the news." In the news, the dignified and beautiful host was telling about a mysterious attack in Reki City, the capital of Wulan State. Cheng Huaining was watching the news. Jiang Qianyan was also watching the news. The Eastern European news channel was really popular. At least the superpowers in Eastern Europe were paying close attention to this channel every day. The losses after the attack tonight had been sorted out as quickly as possible. The manor plus the club, Situt Sungyue and Tribulation attacked at the same time. Less than 80 of the 400 elites survived. Nearly half of the elites of the Jiang family of South America stationed in Reki City were lost. This result made Jiang Qianyan lose all his good mood, but he didn't know who to vent his anger on. He brought the remaining 70 or so elites with him. The Rekvia family had rearranged a manor for him. Back in the manor, Jiang Qianyan stared absent-mindedly at the Eastern European news on TV. His eyes were cold, and he wondered if he should report the loss to his elder brother. In the news screen, the faces of Jiang Qianyan and Shenke, the current patriarch of Rekvia, flashed in the picture. Soon after, the news skipped, and the backs of Im and the Snowdance Corps appeared. It was the backs. Jiang Qianyan snorted heavily and muttered to himself, "The Qin family." He took out his cell phone and was about to dial when the doorbell suddenly rang. Jiang Qianyan frowned and picked up the intercom device beside him. "What's the matter?" "Second Master, Mr. Shenke is visiting. He has entered the manor." "Shenke Rekvia." Jiang Qianyan froze. He had no reason not to pay attention to his strongest ally in Eastern Europe. He put down the phone, stood up, and said, "I'll go down and pick it up." He quickly went downstairs. When he walked out of the main villa, he could already see the lights of a row of motorcades. The motorcade stopped in front of the villa. Shenke, the patriarch of the Rekvia family, who had just parted with Jiang Qianyan, got out of the car with a smile and shook hands with Jiang Qianyan. "Mr. Jiang, the Snowdance Corps has entered Eastern Europe." Shenke chuckled. "I know." Jiang Qianyan nodded. "But there is one thing you may not know. In the sequence of the Snowdance Corps entering IM, there are very few heavyweight experts missing. At present we can't determine their Jiang Qianyan. Before Schenker finished speaking, a flat voice suddenly sounded. The voice was so far away and so real, as if it were close to the ear, clear and calm. There were only 3 words in the title, but as the word Nian fell, the whole night sky shook. Jiang Qianyan, Jiang Qianyan, Jiang Qianyan. The empty night seemed to suddenly become a mountain wall, and the clear and empty voice kept echoing in the night. Schenker's words disappeared in Jiang Qianyan's ears. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the night sky in the distance. The night was deep. A little dot appeared in the deep night. The white dot was very clear, as if it were carved in the illusory night, sharp and clear. The white dot was moving. With incomparably arrogant killing intent, it covered the entire manor. The white dot quickly drew closer, and in a trance, it was like a meteor piercing the darkness. Come! The white dot began to expand and turned white. Wherever the white passed, it instantly drew a 100-meter-long shadow in the night sky. Kill! The white turned into a figure, dressed as white as snow. You! The sword light condensed around the white figure. As the voice fell. In an instant, the overwhelming sword intent surged above the whole sky, like a waterfall flowing straight down, like a raging tide rising to the sky, mighty and roaring. There was no raging fire, no thunder, no void. There was only sword intent. A silver light appeared in Jiang Qianyan's sight. In the sword intent all over the sky, everything around him seemed to disappear completely. The manor, the lawn, the fountain, the lights, everything seemed to exist, but it was so unreal. Even the white figure became illusory. Only the silver sword light that filled the night sky and tore the whole sky was so clear. Between reality and illusion, there was only one sword, moving forward with indomitable will. No words could describe this sword. This sword appeared quickly and abruptly. The silver edge ran through heaven and earth, and Jiang Qianyan could not even judge the power of this sword. Under the huge threat of life, he instinctively grabbed Schenker beside him and retreated at full speed. The silver edge became the only thing in the night. The silver light drew a straight line without any detour and rushed into the villa in an instant. Boom! The surging sword intent exploded amidst the flying dust and stones. Lights, blood, gravel, smoke, and the wreckage of cars and appliances were mixed together. The sword light turned into a wave of air that swept hundreds of meters around with the smoke and dust. Wherever the wave of air passed, the surrounding lawns and fountains were completely destroyed. In the sword intent that was hot but without fire, the original green manor turned into a desert in an instant. Countless corpses were torn into blood foam and flew out. Jiang Qianyan pulled Schenker to watch this sword, and his face became completely distorted. The figure that rushed into the villa was covered with smoke and dust, blurred. But the clear footsteps accompanied by a loud heartbeat kept ringing in the smoke and dust. Who is it? Schenker stared at the smoke and dust in front of him with a pale face. He swallowed and suddenly roared. The smoke and dust slowly flew into the night sky. The blood fell slowly to the ground with the stones. Rekvia's second manor became a ruin again, and a desert at the same time. In the chaos, a snow-like white dress slowly walked out of the smoke and dust ruins. The clear and flat voice sounded in the night with the surging sword intent, echoing throughout the nearby world. Chapter 410. Zhongzhou State, Litianlan. On this night, the name seemed to echo over the whole Reki city. The voice was clear and bright, spreading in the air and deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. The blazing sword will dispelled the coldness of the night. Blood fell, dust rose into the air, and the sword chi surged in the air. Thus, the rising dust turned into a storm, sweeping up the smell of blood and blowing through the entire manor. In the chaotic flying dust, that figure slowly walked out, appearing in everyone's line of sight. White clothes, silver sword. Through the dust, the figure in Jiang Qianyan's sight was blurred, but he could clearly feel the unparalleled sharpness of the other party. His facial muscles twitched and trembled, and for a moment he looked extremely complicated. He really didn't expect Li Tianlan to be here. He also didn't expect that after Sai City, the revenge of the Snowdance Corps would come so soon. He just saw the news. How long had it been since the entire Snowdance Corps arrived in Eastern Europe? Calculating the time, the other party killed him without hesitation as soon as he got out of the airport, without even a moment's delay. The other party was obviously prepared. Jiang Qianyan's eyes gradually became ferocious. If the surprise attack of the two highnesses of Sai City tonight was a slap in his face, then Li Tianlan's sword was the second consecutive slap. Situ Tsangyue and Situ Wanjie. The two invincible realm experts hadn't made a move in front of him, but now such a young junior directly killed him with a sword. If he still couldn't respond tonight, where was the face of the Jiang family of South America? A powerful country valued power. A wealthy family also valued power. Like the Wang family of Beihai, their power had lasted hundreds of years of invincibility and glory. The Jiang family of South America, on the other hand, had hundreds of years of cold-bloodedness and deceit. Li Tianlan. Jiang Qianyan suddenly laughed. His voice was so soft that it was almost a whisper, but the resentment and coldness in it came to his face. It was particularly cold. From any standpoint, Jiang Qianyan had a reason not to let Li Tianlan go. In the decisive Battle of Heaven Capital 3 years ago, the Jiang family of South America plotted against the Samsara Palace. Not only did they lose soldiers and generals, but even one of their hidden pawns in the killer world was killed by Li Tianlan. Jiang Qianxie. In the final Battle of Heaven Capital, it should have been his most glorious stage. And it was also the glorious moment of the Jiang family of South America's invincible family. As a result, evil died, and the Jiang family of South America's plan failed. Qin Weibai, on the other hand, was a woman that Jiang Qianyan truly appreciated and even loved. But his goddess had belonged to Li Tianlan a few years ago. As for tonight, Li Tianlan once again made him lose face. New enmity, old enmity. Jiang Qianyan's killing intent rose to its peak in an instant. The new highness of Zhongzhou State, a 22-year-old with the combat capability of the invincible realm. Li Tianlan was very strong, and his martial arts were very special. But no matter how strong and special he was, he only had the combat capability of the invincible realm, not even the real invincible realm. This kind of strength was quite good in the entire dark world. But was this the reason why Li Tianlan kept coming to get revenge on him? Jiang Qianyan really laughed. He was angry, but at the same time he found it extremely ridiculous. Today, Jiang Qianyan seemed to want to say something. But Li Tianlan did not give him any chance at all. All the grudges were laid out there for everyone to see. The vows were still vivid, and everyone could hear them. Li Tianlan gave his name. Now that he could do it, why talk nonsense? The sword intent was hot and ethereal. The silver edge of the sword shone with a sharp light. Li Tianlan raised falling stars in his hand for a moment. The smoke-filled night sky seemed to suddenly change. From illusion to reality. In an instant, the sword energy soared into the sky. The violent sword intent, centered on Li Tianlan, suddenly burst out in a continuous stream. The sword was not condensed, but it directly covered the whole place. Jiang Qianyan's expression suddenly changed, and he said angrily, "How dare you?" His roar rang out in the sword intent, but then disappeared. Jiang Qianyan put down Shankar Rekvia beside him, and pounced directly on Li Tianlan. He saw the purpose of the sword. Although the sword covered Jiang Qianyan, most of the sword energy was spreading toward the surrounding elites of the Jiang family of South America. Jiang Qianyan's figure passed through the sword intent in a rage. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of Li Tianlan. The sword intent spread out in the blade of falling stars. Li Tianlan suddenly laughed, and his figure suddenly disappeared from Jiang Qianyan's sight. At the same time, in Reki City, outside a luxuriously decorated resort in the west of the city, two exceptionally charming middle-aged men and women were standing in front of the door, quietly watching the lights in the resort. The interior of the originally extremely relaxing resort was now filled with a tense atmosphere. Under the lights, this area was completely in a state of alert, as if it was facing a great enemy. Even the burly security guards in the resort were solemn and respectful. Look at the situation. The Jiang family is making a lot of noise in Eastern Europe. If it weren't for the low temperature, I would have thought we were in South America. The middle-aged man with a long sword on his back squinted at the lights in his line of sight and chuckled. This was a man who looked very good when he smiled. His facial features were handsome and gentle, and even his eyes seemed to be emitting a strong smile. Me. The man looked at the woman beside him and smiled. Or you. I'm in a hurry, the woman said in a flat tone. No need. Before the man's smiling voice fell, the woman beside him had suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the woman's figure appeared directly over the resort. The air over the resort suddenly twisted. The airflow roared wildly. In the almost violent momentum, the sword intent continued to hover all the way up. A vortex with a radius of hundreds of meters suddenly appeared in the dark night. Let's hurry. Only then did the man's voice fall completely. The resort's security guards had noticed the abnormality of the man and the woman. A pair of security guards came over cautiously. Suddenly, they saw the woman disappear and subconsciously froze. The night in the resort seemed to be getting darker. The smiling man's whole body had been completely infected by darkness. So in the security guard's sight, even the man's body disappeared. Only a kind reminder sounded in their ears. The wind is rising. The wind suddenly rose over the resort. Eastern Europe, which was already cold, seemed to cool down suddenly. The huge whirlpool in the air was still spinning, but it was no longer tangible and intangible. The entire whirlpool began to freeze in an extremely short period of time. The frost filled the air and quickly melted. Amidst the strong winds, heavy rain appeared above the resort. The fierce wind and heavy rain swept down without warning. The heavy rain was like a sword. The raindrops fell, but they did not hit the ground. Instead, they hit everything unscrupulously as the wind blew. The sword-like rain refracted shadows all over the sky in the night. For a time, the whole resort was full of sword-like rain whistling. There was chaos in the resort, and the strong fire rose in the heavy rain. Before the elites of the Jiang family of South America stationed here had time to gather, the darkness had quietly enveloped the light and filled the entire manor. The sword-like rain fell more wildly in the darkness, and shrill screams rang out continuously. In the deep darkness, the fire occasionally lit up for a moment, and then went out completely. Only the blue lightning of the thunder-shocking realm could maintain its own light in the darkness. But somehow, the moment a few thunder-shocking realm experts held up the light quickly disappeared in the darkness. The experts of the fire-flaming realm of the Jiang family of South America began to gather. More than a dozen experts of the fire-flaming realm gathered together. The moment the fire broke through the darkness, the dazzling light came instantly with terrifying heat. Light and darkness alternated repeatedly. In the extreme light changes, everyone in the Jiang family of South America was in chaos. Light and darkness were intertwined and perfectly integrated with the heavy rain all over the sky, turning into a storm mixed with several kinds of sword intents. The storm almost flattened the whole resort. In the shadow of death and shrill screams, a male voice with a smile sounded in the air, gentle and kind. Snowdance Corps, Han Chongyang, Yun Qinshi, send you on your way. Han Chongyang liked to talk. On this occasion he knew that his second senior sister would not speak, so he simply said it for her. The heavy rain and the light blended completely. Phantom sword intangible phantom of Mount Shu. Yin and Yang sword Yin and Yang formless of Mount Shu. The sword energy blended together and spread wildly in the center of the resort. From beginning to end, no thunder-shocking realm expert of the Jiang family of South America took action. In the war in the dark world, the number of people was indeed an advantage. But to exert this advantage, the experts in their own camp also needed to temporarily contain the enemy. No thunder-shocking realm expert of the Jiang family of South America took action. A group of elites of the fire-flaming realm and the ice-condensing realm faced the sword intents of two half-step invincible realm experts without any preparation. In the messy scene, it was almost a complete massacre. In the extremely chaotic scene, a horrified voice suddenly sounded. Mr. Jiang Yunxi was killed. Mr. Dark Knight is dead. Mr. Tong is dead. Horrified voices rang out one after another. Jiang Yunxi, Dark Knight, Mr. Tong. They were the 3 thunder-shocking realm experts stationed in the resort. One was at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, and the other 2 were at the stabilization phase of the thunder-shocking realm. Not only them, but in the resort, some experts at the peak of the fire-flaming realm also died silently in the chaos. Yin-Yang Sword Intense and Phantom Sword Intense were very strong, but the 2 kinds of Sword Intense blended, and it was absolutely impossible to wipe out these experts at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm and the fire-flaming realm so easily. After losing these experts, the elites of the Jiang family of South America in the resort had no room to resist in the face of the horrible sword intent falling from the sky. Assassin. There are assassins. The sword intent was flying and spreading. The blade in the dark seemed to be assassinating the fewer and fewer experts of the Jiang family of South America one by one. The chaotic camp completely collapsed, and the elites of the Jiang family of South America began to flee in all directions. As if to match the words of Han Chongyang, the Phantom Sword Master, another clear and polite voice sounded in the night. But in the ears of the elites of the Jiang family of South America, it was like a demon's whisper. Cool breeze and drifting cloud of Sai City send you on your way. This is the first half of the chapter. I can't write anymore. I have a terrible headache and feel dizzy. I can't continue to write well. If I can't write well, I'd better write less. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.